Hey listener, how are you all? Today we will see what if Itachi was stopped by female Naruto Uzumaki on his way to kill the Uchiha clan. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments. He was given an order. He hated being given orders, especially when the order was given to him by the three idiots on the Council of Elders. The same council that thought that a little girl with blue eyes and blonde hair with red highlights was the fox demon, Kyuubi. He growled when he was given the order with the Hokage signature, along with his seal. That wasn't what was bothering him though. Itachi Uchiha, the eldest son of Fugaku and Makoto, was shocked to have learned that his clan was planning a village-wide takeover. The only ones that didn't seem to be in this mess was the fact that his mother and his little brother didn't know anything about this. He was so lost in thought that he didn't see the 8-year-old, nor did he notice that the scroll with the kill order had fallen out of his pocket. "Uchiha-san," the girl had called out. Itachi stopped and turned around to see a girl with blonde hair with red highlights and the prettiest blue eyes that anyone had ever seen. The child was wearing rags that she had no doubt have gotten it out of the trash. She also had no shoes and he could see the dried blood on her feet. He could also see the cuts and bursts that no doubt she had gotten from a beating. When she looked up from looking at the scroll, he could see the 3 whiskers like birthmarks on both her cute cheeks. "Uzumaki-san, I'm going to need that back," Itachi told the child, holding out his hand. She looked at him and then back at the scroll. "Did grandfather really give you this?" she asked. Itachi nodded, still with his hand held out. The little girl sighed, and then rolled up the scroll. When she looked up, she looked into his eyes. "I think it would be better if you come with me," she told the teen. "Why should I do that?" he asked. What the child said next left him in shock. "Because Weasel-san, it's a fake Hokage tower." Hiruzen Sarutobi was a tired old man. He was also the oldest Hokage in the history of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. The shortest would have to go to Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Like many great leaders, he'd had his hard times. One of them being that of a little girl. One that he had thought of as a granddaughter. He couldn't help but worry about the little girl one bit. How could the people of Konoha think that a little girl who helps the elderly was the Kyuubi no Kitsune? It just wasn't fair to her. That wasn't the worst part though. The little girl held no hatred for the people. No, the worst part being that she doesn't hold the real fox. What she holds is someone just as innocent. Her name was Kitsune, and like others before her, she was a priestess of the goddess Inari. During the fight with Kyuubi, Kitsune had helped defend Konoha. When the 4th sealed Kyuubi, he had thought that he had sealed it into his daughter. However, it wasn't the demon himself but its life force and Kitsune along with it. No one knows what had happened to Kyuubi, and many had thought, including the council, that the baby found on the battlefield was the demon reborn. With Kitsune inside the seal, the priestess have been slowly purifying the dark energy within. Hiruzen was brought out of his thoughts as there seems to be some yelling outside his office. "You can't go in there, you little hell spawn." Hiruzen then blinked as he heard the voice of the young girl that he had just been thinking about. "Go fuck yourself, you old bitch," she yelled back as the doors open and in walked Naru Uzumaki. "Hey, grandfather," she calls with a smile. "I got someone here that really needs to talk to you," Naru tells him as Itachi had just walked. Hiruzen looks up from Naru to see Itachi. From what the old Hokage could tell, the young man had looked stressed about something before Naru had placed something into his hand. Looking down, he could tell that it was a scroll. Upon opening it, Hiruzen knew that it was going to cause him trouble. A few minutes later, he was proven right when an Anbu warrior ran into the office. "Sir, we are getting reports that the Uchiha clan is being attacked," he said, nearly out of breath. "What?" Itachi yelled out. Not wasting any more time than he should, Itachi ran out of the office. "Uchiha-san, wait," Naru called out as she ran after him. This caused a chain reaction that had the Hokage moving as he ran after Naru. "Tell everyone in Anbu what's happening and get down there to help the Uchihas," he ordered. Uchiha clan compound. It was nothing but a bloodbath as well looked like Anbu ninja was going though the once proud Uchiha clan. Sure, those that could fight did, but it was useless. The masked men had fought back in groups rather than in singles. No one knew what was going on, and Fugaku knew that he should have moved up his plans. If Shisui hadn't failed in his mission to kill Itachi, none of this would have happened. Still, Fugaku had wondered if Itachi had reported what had happened or not. Slashing an Anbu member's neck, he turned just in time to see a man wearing an orange mask. "The deal is off," he said just as the masked man had ran his blade across Fugaku's neck. The Hokage is here. One of the masked men yelled out. Time to bug out. With that said, the remaining masked men vanished. Hiruzen, Itachi, and Naru got to the site of the attack. Lucky for them that they got there in time. Several medical ninja had gone to work right away. Hiruzen turned to Itachi and said, "This has Danzo written all over it." However, what he saw behind Itachi had him confused as the said man was walking up to him. "You are wrong there, my old friend," Danzo said. Hiruzen held up a scroll, the same scroll that had Itachi's murder order on it. "Going behind my back again?" he had asked. Danzo looked mad. He then glared at Itachi for disobeying his order. He then saw the little blonde hair girl standing next to Itachi. He had a feeling that the little bitch had something to do with this. "I will not deny that I had something to do with that order." However, before Hiruzen could say anything, he raised his hand. "However, my root had nothing to do with this." Hiruzen didn't believe him until Naru held his hand and said, "He's telling the truth, grandfather." All three looked at her. "What are you forgetting that I can tell if someone is lying?" It was true. In the past, for some reason or other, little Naru was able to tell if someone was lying. Because of her, Hiruzen and Anbu were able to find traitors to Konoha. Hiruzen could only sigh at this fact. He really wanted a reason to kill this man. "Truly a shame that you won't let me train her," Danzo said, smiling at the little girl. "Bite me," Naru said back as she stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, little one, but you are too young for that," the old man said back to her. "Itachi, Hiruzen, I bid you good night." As Danzo started to walk away, Naru for some reason started to man faces at him. She then yelled out, "Pervert old mummy, walking though." When Danzo turned to look at her, she had an innocent-looking face on her. "With a stick up his ass." Naru finished as the old man turned a corner. "Naru, watch your month," Hiruzen said. "Are you sure that Danzo had nothing to do with this?" he asked her. Naru sighed and then her playful look was gone. She looked up and said, "It wasn't a total lie, but there was something there that was telling me that he had nothing to do with the killings." Hiruzen looked at her for a while. Then he noticed how she looked and frowned. "What happened to you?" he asked. Naru blushed a little when she said, "I got into a fight." Hiruzen blinked and Naru continued. "Well, you see, these kids were picking on a few other kids at school, and well, you know how I feel about bullies." Hiruzen sighed. "Well, I wasn't the only one to get into a fight though. This one other girl was able to throw a flower at this other girl, and damn, what was her name?" Hiruzen held up his hand to keep her from talking. "Naru, I have told you time and time again, not to get into any more fights." Naru looked down. "As punishment, you are to go a week without ramen." That night Konoha was woken when a loud yell of, "That's not fair, grandfather." 4 years have passed since that night. The Uchiha clan was recovering slowly, very slowly. Makoto Uchiha was badly injured that night and was still in a coma to this day. There was something wrong with her, but all the medical staff at Konoha General just didn't know what was wrong. While that had been going on, little Naru Uzumaki had been studying hard at Konoha Ninja Academy. However, while she was a good student and did her studies, there was something wrong with her chakra coils. It kept changing as she had grown older. When this was reported to Hiruzen though, he had looked at Naru's sensei. "Do everything that you can, Iruka-san. Naru must been ready by the time she turns 12. That made the scared Chunin blink at his village leader. Over the next 4 years there have been many people assigned to the young girl, either to protect her or to train her. While all this was going on though, villagers would give her glares of hatred or pity. The young girl would only look at them and growl. In school Naru was teased by her fellow students. Only Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno became her friends. They were the 2 girls that Naru had met. Sakura was made fun of because she had a big forehead. There was nothing wrong with that, and Naru had told her, "I think you look cool." The young then blonde-haired girl had said, "People are jerks, they only see the differences and not the person." Ino was the girl that had thrown the flower at the girls that had teased Sakura that day. Since then the 3 had been the best of friends. Sadly, that had all changed when Ino and Sakura had the same crush on the same person. "Sasuke is going to date me," Sakura had yelled at Ino. The blonde-haired girl crossed her arms and said, "No, he'll be dating me, you billboard brow." The 2 of them had started yelling at each other until Naru had said something that made the 2 of them look at her. "I think Itachi-san the coolest," Naru said with stars in her eyes. Sadly, since then the three have been at odds with each other. While Sakura and Ino had asked Sasuke out repeatedly, Naru went into her studies. Speaking of Itachi, the young man was left to be the head of the clan. It was working okay, and the thing that made the difference was the fact that he wasn't his father. The Konoha police force was now open to anyone who wasn't an Uchiha. This was because the force was so low in members that it wasn't at its strongest. Another thing that Itachi did that no one had thought of doing was to patch things up with the Hyuga clan. In order to do this, Itachi had to think of something. Meeting with the clan elders and head of the Hyuga clan, they had decided that Hinata, the eldest daughter of Hisahi Hyuga, the clan head, would marry Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's little brother. The deal was made, and when the two had met outside of the classroom, the two had become good friends. This of course did not sit well with the quickly forming Sasuke fan club when word had spread all round Konoha. Hiruzen had thought it wise not to mention that Itachi was also engaged to the Namikaze daughter. Hiruzen smiled as he had thought about that. It was the idea of Kushina, Uzumaki and Makoto. Seeing as how the two of them were friends and teammates, Hiruzen, Tsunade and Bawako had been there when the two had talked. Of course Fugaku and Minato had rejected the idea. That was until they both threatened to make them sleep on the couch for the rest of their lives, if they didn't change their minds. Still, every time Hiruzen would mention Itachi at the even dinners that he would invite Naru to, she would blush a deep red that Kushina had when she was dating Minato. Hiruzen frowned. Naru was more like her mother than he would care to know. One of those things was her temper. It reminded him of another. Hiruzen sighed. This was other headache that he knew that he had to deal with. Naru's temper was on par with her grandmother's, as well as her mother. Naru's grandmother was none other than Tsunade Senju. That was a story for another time though. Everyone in the village knew that if you pissed off Naru, you have better run for the hills. She was that scary. More so when she started to develop a love for pranks. Like I said, Naru was more like her mother than most people thought to care about. "Get back here, you little brat." A Chunin had yelled at the strawberry blonde-haired girl about 12 years old as she ran from most of the ninja in the village. She turned around and pulled down her eyelid and stuck out her tongue. "Come on, you slow ass, come and get me," Naru yelled back as she jumped off a building. When she landed, she jumped backwards into a back flip and ran the way she came as the two ninjas that had been chasing her stopped what they had been doing. "Where the hell did she go?" one of them asked. He felt something hit him and he turned around. The Chunin's face was now covered in pink paint. "Naru," the man had yelled at her. Naru once again stuck out her tongue and took off again. Now you may be asking why it seemed fit to chase the young girl though the village. Well, you see, as the village slept, Naru had somehow bypassed the ninja that had been patrolling the village. She made her way to the Hokage mountain. It was a place where they honor the past Hokages. What the kid did was, after making sure that the rope she had tied around her was secured, she decided to paint it. Needless to say, the village didn't like that and had started to case her though the village. While Naru couldn't use chakra like most people in the village, Naru made up for it in speed. Thanks to her training over the last 4 years, she was able to keep up with the famous green beasts. Well, as far as running could go. She was still short for her age, but she didn't care, well, unless you said something about it. "Get back here, shorty," the Chunin yelled out. "You're going to pay for that, you flat-chested brat." His partner stopped where he was. Oh no, he did not just say that. Chunin number 2 just thought. "Dude, what did you just call her?" he asked. "A flat-chested brat," the Chunin yelled out so Naru could hear him. Down below, the civilian had heard him and started to back away from the area. Naru had stopped, of course, and slowly turned to the Chunin. "Not only that, but come on, she has to be the shortest person in her class." His partner was back away from him. When he looked up, Naru was glaring daggers. Chunin number 2 was pointing to his partner as she made her way to them. If you were to look, you could see cracks that seemed to have formed with each step as Naru had walked up to him. "Dude, it's been nice knowing you." His friend just looked at him, wondering what was wrong with him. Then he saw it. If one would look, you wouldn't see it at first. "Tell me, are you new?" Naru asked sweetly, which made the one Chunin flinch. "Yes, why?" he asked. "Then I'll just let you off with a warning," Naru said before she kicked the guy in the groin so hard he thought that his little buddies were going to fall out of his mouth. "You call that a warning?" the Chunin asked, grabbing at his groin before he had passed out. Naru smiled at the other Chunin before she took off again, saying, "Shit, I'm late." With that she ran as fast as she could to get to school on time. Hokage Tower a few minutes later. So she was able to do it? The old Hokage asked as he looked at a young man with black hair. Yes sir, she was also able to outrun several of the shinobi that had given chase. Hiruzen smiled. However, she might be late for class because one of the ninja made the mistake. Hiruzen sighed. So much like her mother. The old Hokage said. How is her training going? The young man looked at him. The same, she excel in taijutsu, however she is still the same when it comes to ninjutsu and genjutsu. The young man placed the report down on the desk. She'll waken her powers soon. Hiruzen placed his pipe down and picked up the report. I see. She'll be the youngest Uzumaki to ever waken her powers. The old Hokage said as his eyes scanned the report. It looks like she is doing okay. The young man before him sadly shook his head. Hiruzen looked at him. She still has nightmares of that night. That night had happened on Naru's 10th birthday. No one that young should have to had gone though with what had happened to her. The bastard that did the crime was put to death on the spot. This was done so that council couldn't say anything. The damage was done though. Naru suffers from night terrors so bad that she wakes up screaming. I just wish there was more that I can do for her. The young man said. Hiruzen looked up at Itachi and smiled. He knew how much that the young man before him cared about Naru. You're doing all that you can, Itachi. I don't care what you say. Itachi is way more better looking than Sasuke. Naru yelled at her two friends. This caused the class to look at her. Naru, sit down and shut up. Iruka said. That was the third time that day that Naru had said that and it was grinding on his nerves. Sorry sensei. Naru said as she held up her book in front of her face to hide her blush. It was a well-known fact that while the Sasuke fan club was started by Ino and Sakura, Naru was a member of the Itachi fan club that had started before Naru realized that she liked him. Unknown to Naru was the fact that she too had a small fan club. Kiba kept a close eye on her ever since she first came to the Inuzuka estate to help out. Next to him was Shikamaru Nara. He was lazy to a point but he had cared about Naru since she came up to him and asked him what he was doing when he was 9. Not far from them was Hinata Hyuga. While she didn't have a crush on her, she did admire Naru for her straight. Naru never seemed to give up in anything. Next to Hinata was Shino Aburame. There were a lot of people that didn't like him because of his bugs. Not far from Kiba was Choji Akamichi. Choji had a kind heart to the people who didn't make fun of him. Naru often talked to him and had found out the secret to why the Akamichi clan was so big. She thought that it was cool. It was a small fan club thanks to the people outcasting Naru for something she had no control over. Everyone in the Naru fan club had a connection to Naru one way or the other. They also knew that she was Itachi's biggest fan as well as his friend. It was no secret that she also had a crush on him as well. Listen up class. Everyone looked at Iruka as he held up a piece of paper. Today you will be taking the written part of the exam. He had his assistant, Mizuki, pass out the papers. You'll have until the end of class to fill out as many questions as you can. He looked at Naru. You'll need at least an 80 to pass this portion of the test. Naru nodded. With all the studying that she had done, this would be easy for her. Tomorrow will be the test in the field. Weapons, taijutsu and ninjutsu. Again you would need a total of 80 to pass. He looked at the clock. You have until the last bell. When you're ready you may begin. After school Naru made a beeline to a training ground where she had started to do some stretches before she took out a bow staff. She started off slowly and then she started working her on her speed. Naru was spinning her staff and her body seemed to have danced with a deadly skill, which many have not seen before. Naru threw a kick in the air and then spun around on her heels as she moved with speed. Speed had to be the key with Naru. Since she is not able to use chakra like others in her age group, she could still protect the village. Just like her idol, there was a legend going around that had stopped 12 years ago. That legend was of Kushina, last name unknown except to a few people of the village. Kushina was a powerful warrior, although no one knew in what. Kushina, to what many people have believed, was the last known survivor of the doomed Whirlpool country that had been attacked during the Second Great Ninja War. That wasn't the case. No one would tell Naru anything about Kushina, not even her last name, claiming that a demon like her didn't need to know. Naru's dream was to be like her. To study hard and to be a great warrior just like Kushina was. Although Naru didn't believe in killing your enemies like the teachers at the academy say you should in order to protect the village. She just didn't see why. To Naru, life was a gift. She was so lost in thought that Naru missed a step and twisted her ankle as she was spinning. Whining as the pain shot through her leg, Naru looked up, only to see a few of the older men looking down at her. "Well, look what we have here, boys." Naru looked behind him to see 3 more men behind him. With a sigh, Naru closed her eyes. "You know, I think I hear the village calling for their idiots," Naru said as she slowly got up. She used her staff to keep off her twisted ankle as to not hurt it any more than it already was. "You're a ninja, most you really do this?" Naru asked him. "You know damn well I'm not the demon you claim I am." The man snared at her before grabbing her by the neck and lifted her off the ground. "I know that you're not, you little brat," the man said. "I'm being paid to do this to you, so that you—" He was cut off by one of his friends before he had a chance to finish. "Shut the fuck up, man, do you want him to find out?" Naru looked at the other man. The one that had grabbed her had thrown her on the ground hard enough that something had broken. However, Naru didn't scream out in pain. "Sorry kid, but the roots of the great tree must stand strong so that the tree will be strong as well." After hearing that, Naru's eyes glared at the man. She finally knew who had kept attacking her, though the ninja forces. She didn't like the answer one bit. Little by little that bastard had done things to her that didn't make any sense. Naru knew who and what was in her. So did half the village that supported the young girl. Trying to get up, Naru knew what had broken, however it didn't matter. In a few hours and a good night's rest she would be fully healed in time for her test. The big question was, why was he trying to stop her from graduating? "I would stop if I were you," someone said from behind. When the men had turned around, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Several members of Naru's class had come to help her. Kiba was growling just like his pup was. Shikamaru had a look that would have killed any man. However, it was 2 other people that had weapons out ready to kill if they so much as touched their young classmate. Naru smiled. Something never changed when it came to the 2 of them. Ino, Sakura, glad that you could stop fighting for several minutes. Unknown to the young blonde was that Ino and Sakura are also a member of the Naru fan club. They have been since she stopped some bullies several years before. "My brother would never forgive me if something were to happen to you, Naru," Sasuke said as he led the group. Some were giving him looks that screamed, "Who the hell made you leader?" Naru smiled at Sasuke. "Glad to know you care, duck butt." The 3 men didn't know what to do. Should they finish the job they had been paid to do or run? Deciding was the easy part, but what would come later was the hardest. "Alright, fine, we give up," the leader of the group said. Just then several Anbu arrived. Naru walked up to the one that was wearing the dog mask and smiled at him. "They have been paid by a root to kill the fox," Naru said. Kakashi knew what she meant and nodded. Keeping these men alive long enough to testify was not going to be easy. While Naru could tell if someone was lying, the council was being paid by said root to vote not guilty. They needed people alive. Several hours had passed since the attack or a lack thereof. Ino and Sakura had walked Naru home, and when they saw her standing outside her door waving at the 2 of them goodbye, they had still stayed to make sure that she was going to be okay. However, just as Naru had opened her door, a large explosion not only rocked the street but had blown both Ino and Sakura onto their backs. When they had looked up, they were horrified by what they saw. Naru building had blown up just as Naru had opened her door. "Naru!" They both had yelled. So, Naru's powers have finally awakened? It wasn't a question that everyone would have liked. Not the way that her powers have awakened in the had lost the only home that she had known. The building wasn't saved, and people after learning what had happened cheered as the place was bunted down. Hiruzen wasn't happy in the least. However, after hearing from several of Naru's friends, he had made his way to the hospital only to hear 2 people yelling at a doctor that had refused to help the then badly bleeding Naru. Getting fed up, Sakura and Ino both made for a room where, after kicking the Hokage out, had bandaged the wounds that Naru had. Once everything had settled down, Hiruzen had then learned that over half of the medical staff had planned to end the young girl's life once and for all. Needless to say, Konoha General was down by more than 10 doctors, and that was pushing it. Hiruzen felt that it was time to call Tsunade back, at least to train people how to be doctors. Later that same day, Hiruzen was told that Naru's wounds have fully healed and that her friends were watching her closely. However, it was the question that the Anbu who had reported back repeated that had everyone in the room on edge. How did Naru survive? Hiruzen took a deep breath. Her bloodline had awakened. He repeated once again. That means as to date, Naru Uzumaki is the youngest member of her clan to have awakened her powers. A young woman with red eyes looked at him. Sir, what do you mean by powers? She asked. Hiruzen looked back up at her with a smile. I thought Naru was an orphan. Hiruzen nodded. She isn't, Hiruzen said. It's another reason that I want Tsunade back in the village. Naru is going to need her family. Hiruzen then sighed. In more ways than one. No one said anything. Only a few people knew about the truth that surrounds Naru. Others think that the Kyuubi had somehow done something to the young girl. Somewhere in Fire Country, Tsunade was beyond drunk when she had gotten the message. In a few days it would be the anniversary of the death of her son, his wife, and her grandson. So she did what she had always done around this time. She would get so drunk that she hoped it would finally kill her. However, when she had gotten the letter from her sensei, she could help but wonder what the hell he wanted. Tsunade, I hope that the letter finds you in good sprites. The reason for this letter is simple. A terrible secret have been kept from you. A secret that I should have told you a long time ago. As you know, your son, Minato Namikaze, named after when he was adopted, who had married Kushina Uzumaki, had a daughter. The night of October the 10th you were told that the small family had died. Tsunade, I'm sorry, by the time I was told what had happened, you had already left. I have sent letters after letters to tell you what had happened. Sadly, you had ignored them until now. The young girl is named Naru Uzumaki, and as of last night she had finally awakened her powers, much like her mother Kushina. I fear that she would need you more than ever now that you are the only one that can help her. Tsunade had stopped reading when she saw that her granddaughter was alive. There was even a picture of the young blonde with her foxy smile on Hiruzen's lap. Tears filled Tsunade's eyes. She placed the letter and picture down. Her mind was made up. Shizune, the medic, had cried out. Pack your bags, we're heading home. You should be resting, Naru. Ino said as she crossed her arms. Naru turned to look at her friend as she pulled her borrowed shirt on. It's only been a day and I don't care if you do heal fast. Naru walked up to Ino and gave her a hug. Thanks, but I kept the class from graduating long enough. Naru said as she wrapped a white belt around her waist. Besides, I have to pass this time so I can start paying you and your family back for helping me. Ino walked up to Naru and placed her arms around Naru's shoulders. You don't have to, Naru, you know that. Naru just smiled at her. Besides, I always wanted a little sister. Naru frowned. What do you mean little? She asked. We're the same freaking age. Ino lightly bopped her on the head. I'm older than you by a month, silly. The two left the room and made their way downstairs. Shortly after having breakfast, the two left for the academy. Naru had stayed with Ino's family since the night that she had woken up. After being kicked out not long after, she had nowhere to go. Ino had told her that she could stay with her for now until she graduated and started to earn an income as a ninja. If she passed, that is. Iruka was kind enough to hold back the test until Naruka came back. She had told him that she was ready that morning. A few minutes later, the duo had arrived at the school and had taken their seats. Hey, good looking, how's it hanging? Naru looked up to see Kiba and smiled. Not you, that for sure. Kiba frowned at that. I'm fine, Kiba, Naru said. How aka? Kiba blinked as Akamaru jumped off his head and landed on Naru's lap, where she was then licked to death by the puppy. Is it too troublesome to ask that you keep it down? Shikamaru asked from his seat. Some of us are trying to sleep here. Naru looked up at her friend and smiled up at him. When are you not sleeping, Shika? Naru had asked. Naru sighed. She really did love her friends. They were the reason that she was still sane after all. After a while, the class was glad that their favorite blonde was doing better than normal. Sakura, however, gave Ino a worried look and had signed to her. Any problems last night? Ino shook her head no and went back to watching her friend. She then signed back. None that I could tell, but the scar on her back started to bleed a little. No one knew what it was. Shortly after, Naru was found raped in an alleyway on the 11th, just a day after her 10th birthday. They had found a strange scar on her back that was later revealed to be a seal of some kind. It was probably made to have caused her pain when she was stressed out. The odd part was that the guy that had not only raped her and placed the seal on her, didn't really hate her. He had liked causing pain in young women though. As the day started out, so did the test. First was a writing test that Naru, Sakura, Shikamaru and Ino had all passed with flying colors. Now will you all follow me to the training field? Iruka said as he led the class out to the field, where they would be throwing kunai and shrunken at several targets. Again, this part of the test Naruto had passed since she had been practicing for a long time. Afterwards there was a small break as Iruka and Mizuki, Iruka's old teammate, had started to set up a ring for the taijutsu part of the test. Naru glared at Mizuki though, there was just something not right with him. When the ring was finished, Iruka stood up and talked with the students. I will pair you up with someone in a tournament-like setting. He started. You win either by knockout or forfeit. It's taijutsu only, so keep your cool and try not to hurt your classmates. Ino had trouble with this one. Like many in her class, Ino relied on her family jutsus too much and had little to no style in taijutsu. She had won her first match, but sadly she had lost her second match to Choji of all people. Sakura, like Ino, had no style as well. It wasn't for the lack of trying though. She just wasn't good at taijutsu. Having lost her first match to Hinata was a little sad since the Hyuga didn't like to hurt people. Shikamaru had called it quiets from the start. Too troublesome, he said as he had walked away from the fight with Sasuke. Sasuke was pissed, but walked off nonetheless. Naru, by far with the standing, did pretty good. She had won her first match, which was with Kiba, in a span of 2 minutes. Her next match was with Shino, who wasn't very good with hand-to-hand but was able to make it to his second round, was also other easy win for the blonde. By the time the third round had rolled in, the others was really excited about the matchup. Naru had won 2 out of the 4 matches that she had ever had with Sasuke Uchiha. They had even skills when it came to hand-to-hand combat, and Sasuke only stated that he wins because he can use ninjutsu. Naru didn't care if he can tap dance with a hat over eyes though. This will settle the tie once and for all, Sasuke, Naru said as she stood before Sasuke. Sasuke had his hands crossed and just said one word. HN. Okay, so it wasn't much of a word. The two got into their ready stances and waited for signal to start. Begin, Iruka shouted, and then got the hell out of the way as both Naru and Sasuke went at each other. Sasuke threw a punch at Naru, who had ducked under the attack. While she was down, she swept her foot out in hopes of getting an early hit on him. No luck. Sasuke jumped out of the way at the last second. Naru looked up and then jumped after him, both throwing punches at each other. They landed a second later and then jumped back. Sasuke ran at the blonde once more. Naru, on the other hand, stayed where she stood waiting for him. Just as Sasuke had reached her, Naru spun around and backhanded Sasuke in the face. This was followed by her right hand scoring the second hit that was needed. Naru then back-flipped while extending her legs, kicking Sasuke in the chin. Sasuke went down, but he didn't stay down as he went to kick Naru in the chest. Naru took the hit, but Sasuke got in behind her, kicking her lower back. Sakura and Ino eyes widened seeing where he had kicked her. Foul. They both had yelled but couldn't be heard over the others cheering for the favorite. Naru was in pain. That bastard just had to kick her there. Naru quickly spun around just as Sasuke ran at her once more. Being out her foot, Naru had decided to end it early, by kicking Sasuke in the family jewels. Sasuke's eyes widened when she did that and had grabbed them and then fell to the ground. Match. Winner Naru. Iruka had yelled out the fangirls called foul, while Ino and Sakura had ran to Naru to see if she was okay. Sensei, we're taking Naru to the nurse's office, Sakura said as she helped Naru to stand and with Ino's help took her to the nurse's office. Looks like Nutcracker Uzumaki had won again, a boy said, making Kiba turn to him. Shut up, Kiba said, punching the boy in the face. I got the gas, Sakura said as Ino helped Naru take off her shirt. Sakura looked at Naru's back and winced. It was bleeding but not as bad as they had thought. Naru didn't say anything as the two cleared and dressed the wound. Sorry about your shirt, Ino, Naru said. Don't worry about it, Naru, Ino said, smiling at her. You did great out there, you know. Sakura nodded at that. All your training had paid off, you finally broke the tie. That did bring a smile to Naru's face. We better get back to class now. As they were leaving though, Naru walked back at a slower pace. The last part of the test would be ninjutsu. The one thing Naru couldn't do. Arriving at their room, the three of them had wished each other good luck. During the test, Naru sat down waiting her turn. If she failed this time, she wouldn't know what to do. Her friends were in this class, they had helped her for as long as she can remember, and if she was the only one that fails, she would be held back, or worst, be kicked out of the program altogether. As Naru sat in her seat, she started to cry a little. Hearing her name, Naru wiped the tears away as she made her to the enclosed classroom where the final part of the test would take place. The village was in an uproar. Someone had stolen the scroll of forbidden jutsus and then had ran off somewhere into the village. However, Hiruzen didn't tell them the truth. Shortly after Naru had failed her final test, she had left the school and sat at her swing. While she had watched her classmates celebrate, Mizuki had walked up to the young blonde and told her about a makeup test. Naru didn't like it one bit but had pretended to have listened to him. "So all you had to do is get the scroll and meet me here at the meeting spot," Mizuki said. Naru nodded her head as she took the paper and remembered where it was that she had to meet him. After Mizuki left, Naru made her way to the Hokage tower and to the vault that had the scroll. Hiruzen stood behind her. "Mizuki is the traitor that you've been looking for, grandfather," Naru said in a soft voice. "Take the scroll with your family seal on it, Naru," Hiruzen said, not saying anything about Mizuki. "I will have Iruka look for you in an hour. Learn what you can for now." Naru looked at Hiruzen and smiled at him. She took the scroll, hugged the old man and then left. "I want Naru brought back to me alive and unharmed, do you all understand?" Hiruzen had told them. As they all nodded, he gave the signal to move out and everyone had left to look for the blonde. He had heard someone walking up behind him and smiled when he heard. "You have a lot to explain, old man." Naru was panting hard by the time Iruka Amino had found her and he wasn't pleased. "You idiot," Iruka yelled at the blonde, only to take a step back as said blonde looked at him. "Naru, listen to me. You must come back with me and we'll talk to the Hokage." Naru was still looking at him. "We need you to return the scroll." Naru looked at Iruka. "Sensei, the scroll is mine by birthright," Naruto said. "However, you're right, I do need to talk to the old man." Then he heard something. Before Iruka knew what had happened, he was tackled to the ground by the 12-year-old. "Shield," Naru called out and a pinkish shield made of energy appeared. Iruka's eyes widened. "Damn it, they both heard. You stupid little demon, you grabbed the wrong fucking scroll." Naru stood up and glared at Mizuki as he grabbed his other weapon. "Well, now at least I get to kill you." He saw that Naru was about to stand up. The question that the blonde asked next made him blink. "Are you working for Danzo?" she asked. Iruka looked at Naru. There was something different about her. "No, I don't, brat," Mizuki had said. "I work for Orochimaru," Mizuki said. Naru growled at that name. Everyone had known that name. He was a traitor among not only his own team but the village as well. "I had hoped to have gotten on his good side so that he would give me more power, but you had to go and fuck everything up," Mizuki yelled out as he threw his shrunken at her. At the last second though, Naru was pushed out of the way by Iruka taking the hit that was mean for her. The Chunin could only smile at the young blonde as he fell to the ground. The weapon was pretty deep in his back. "Iruka-sensei," Naru cried out, running over to the teacher and sliding to his side. "You idiot, why did you do that?" Naruto asked. Iruka smiled at Naru. However, before Iruka could say anything though, Mizuki yelled out, "Hey Naru." Naru looked at him. "Do you know why the villagers hate you?" he asked. Naru growled at him once more before she turned her back to him and pulled out the weapon from her sensei's back. "Sensei, this may hurt, but I have to stop the bleeding." When she saw the confused look on Ayuka's face, she could only smile. Naru then only said one word. "Cure." The wound had started glowing green like Naru was using chakra to speed up the healing. With little to no pain at all, the wound had started to close up. Iruka's eyes had widened. Whatever it was working. However, Iruka had lost a lot of blood, and that was something that Naru couldn't fix. He would still need to go to the hospital though. "It's only temporary, it'll reopen in a few minutes. Get to the hospital, sensei." Naru then stood up and looked at Mizuki. Her stare was cold as she talked to him. "I could care less about why the villagers hate me. I could care less about you. I don't hold Kurama, I hold his sister, who as we speak is trying to purify her brother's chakra," Naru had yelled out. Naru stood back up and looked at the traitor. "If there was something that I hate more than perverts, it's traitors like you that think that they can get away with whatever the hell they want." Something had started to glow around Naru's hands. "Hey bastard, you want to see something cool?" Naru asked. She held up her glowing hand and started to chant something that they couldn't understand. "Source of all power, crimson fire burning bright." Her next words had several small balls of fire hovering above her. "Flare arrow." Naru cried out and the balls of light had turned into arrows of fire as they had launched at Mizuki, hitting him so fast he didn't have time to think and had fallen out of the tree. "Take that, you gray-haired bastard," Naru said as she jumped up in the air, only to be hit with a wave of dizziness as she landed. She would have fallen on her back if it wasn't for Iruka having to catch her. "You okay, kiddo?" he asked her. Naru nodded her head as Iruka sat her down. "Naru, what the hell was that anyways?" Naru was about to answer but he had stopped her. On second thought, never mind. A few minutes later at the Hokage office. Naru had walked into the office, only to see a few more people in the room. "Okay, grandfather." Naru started ignoring the two women in the room. "What gives? You told me that you didn't know who my mother was," Naru said as she crossed her arms. Hiruzen had a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, Naru, it's so that your enemies wouldn't try something with you." Naru glared at him. "Well, as much as you already have been." Naru let out a sigh. "I still don't know who she is. The letter she gave me didn't give me her name." Hiruzen placed his hand on hers. "May I read the letter?" the blonde-haired woman asked. "I know both your mother and father very well." Naru looked at the woman. "I was your mother's sensei, so I would know if it was her handwriting or not." Naru nodded and handed her the letter that was written to Naru on the night of October the 10th. Tsunade couldn't believe her eyes when Naru had walked in. She looked so much like Kushina, with her eyes blue eyes. Sure, her hair was a lighter color as well, but she did look like Kushina when she was Naru's age. Taking the letter that was given to Naru to read when the time came, she scanned the handwriting and her eyes widened. It really was from Kushina. "Hello, baby. I guess since you're reading this you must know about me and the powers that live within you. I know that you must have a lot of questions like who I am and what I mean about powers. I will try to answer as much as can in this short amount of time. By now you must know that there is something inside you. Something that is far more powerful than any human being. That person happens to be Kitsuna. A priestess to the goddess Inori, her own mother. She lives inside you so that she can purify her brother's chakra that is inside you as well. She will also change this chakra into mana. Mana is what we use for power. It allows you to tap into the mystic elements. Unlike jutsus, though, our powers come from within, it's more bloodline than anything anyone has ever seen or heard of before. It was because of these powers that the Uzumaki clan was feared, and our home village destroyed before we knew what had happened. In a better term, our powers can be called sorcery. It's unmatched by anything anyone has ever seen. Like jutsus, there are many elements that you can use. Your powers will grow as you grow. The stronger you are now will slowly grow. Please use your gifts wisely, my young daughter. You hold the power to either destroy the village or save it. I left with you the things that you need to know about your powers and some spells that you can learn. If you are as special as I like to think you are, all you have to do is read about the spell and you should be able to use it with practice. But please, I beg of you, do not overdo it. Sorcery is extremely dangerous. Make sure someone is close by when you start to study them. I guess this is it. I can feel myself slipping as I write this. Baby, I wish I can tell you more, but I just do have the time. If my sensei was her, I am sure she could have healed me. Please don't blame her. She had lost someone very dear to her and had left the village shortly after. I wish I can tell you who I am, but I fear that this would have fallen into the wrong hands if I had done so and would have hunted you down and caused you some harm. I want you to eat healthily, not just ramen either. Your father knew how to cook very well. However, there was this one time after I had told him that I was pregnant with you that the apartment nearly burnt down because he had fainted. Speaking of which, if you ever found the guy that you love, make sure that he is using a condom and not the jutsu that they teach. It doesn't work right. Listen to your senseis. Yes, I mean senseis. You should have more than one. One to teach you how to use a sword, and the other to teach you in taijutsu. Watch out for a pal man by the name of Orochimaru. He will try to get some blood from you to either to try to clone your powers or to get you a child. There are two others. If a red hair man ever comes up to you, run away. I wish I can tell you more, but I don't know myself. He is very dangerous. Danzo is other to look out for. Hiruzen Sarutobi may be the Hokage, but Danzo had the power, and he will make your life a living hell, even if you do join him. Be careful of him, baby. I never did like the man, even if his intentions are good, his way of doing things aren't. There's other man that had worked with the red-haired man that I have told you about earlier. Not much is known about him and your father couldn't tell me who he was. But he did tell me that he had worn a spiral mask of black and orange. He is also the one that ripped Kyuubi out of me. The last person you should look out for is named Jiraiya. While he may not do anything to you, he is the village's biggest pervert. I don't know how many times I had to hit his head with a frying pan or fireball his ass, he just wouldn't stop. He liked to watch Woman in the Hot Springs as a way to get ideas for his book series. He harmless, but I feel that I should warn you about him. Your father and I love you so very much, and that we wish that we could be with you as you grow up and go through life. I would have loved to hold my grandbabies. However, I have lived a good life with your father. I wish that you also live a full life as well. Love you always, baby girl. Your mother. K. Namikaze Uzumaki. When Tsunade had finished reading, she had looked up and saw that the younger blonde had crawled onto the Hokage's lap and had fallen asleep. Tsunade smiled at her granddaughter, happy for once that she was very much alive, and that Tsunade was going to have words with Danzo when she next see him. I got the full report from Iruka. Hiruzen said. Naru had fully awakened. She had already used 2 spells. The first being the heal spell Cure and the other called Flare Arrow. Tsunade nodded her head. Cure was a basic heal spell while Flare Arrow wasn't as basic. Still, to be able to use them at a young age. I request that my granddaughter be placed on my team, Tsunade said. Hiruzen smiled and handed her a folder while telling her what her team will be. I'm giving you the first medic team, they're to be trained as a medic unit. Tsunade had looked at the file and nodded. She had liked what she had seen. I'll pick them up in 2 days then. Shizune will also be helping me. 2 days has passed since Naru had found out the truth about herself. As she woke up, she looked at the new clothing that she was given by Tsunade, her new sensei. Over the last few days, Naru had learned about her mother and her sensei. While Tsunade had some Uzumaki blood in her, she wasn't a sorceress. She could use some of the healing spells, but that was it. The new clothing was like her old jumpsuit, however it was black and red instead. A red t-shirt and a black short-sleeve jacket. Black ninja-style pants and gloves with metal plating in the knuckles. She boots that came up to halfway, ending a few inches below her knees. Naru had asked that her headband be turned into a belt buckle. This was because her belt was more of a utility belt, and she kept several smoke pellets, kunai, shurikens and other things as well. Naru then looked at the sword she was given. Naru didn't really like swords, but this one was special. Tsunade told her that the sword was her mother's and that she had hoped to have passed on to her. The sword was a dual sword that can attach at the hilts, making it into a bladed staff if she wished, which was probably a good thing since Naru didn't know anything about swords. Not yet, at least. Naru decided to just leave the sword behind. After all, she was just going to see who her teammates would be. After leaving her room, Naru had grabbed an apple from the kitchen for her breakfast. After all, she wasn't a really big eater and she never eaten anything that had meat in it. If I ever found out who would always given her rotten meat. Tsunade sighed. She had made a big mistake leaving her granddaughter in this village. She would make it up to her though. Started now. Oh wow. Naru turned around to see Kiba smiling at her new look. You look great, Naru, but did you fail the test? Ino asked as she sat next to her friend and sometimes sister. Sakura sat on the other side of her. Yeah, but I'll tell you after we get our teams, okay? Naru asked. Hey Naru, I like your new look. Shikamaru said as he passed her, causing the young blonde to blush. Ino smiled at her friend. Just as Ino was about to tease Naru about her blush, Iruka had walked in looking over his clipboard. Okay, listen up. The class was still talking. Naru was chatting with Ino while Sakura was trying to ask Sasuke Uchiha out on a date. Iruka's sweat dropped when the class wasn't listening to him and just kept talking. Might as well. Iruka sighed as he preformed his big head jutsu. Shut up and pay attention. Iruka yelled. You would think that after so many years of this that the class would pay attention by now. However, there was a new surprise in store for the young man. Ah, Naru had yelled out. Who could blame her? The last few days had caused a lot of stress. Ice. Naru yelled out and inked Iruka in a block of ice. Naru would have laughed at the face Iruka had made if she wasn't worried about freeing him fast. The class on the other hand had their mouths to the floor. Since when could Naru do jutsus? They had all thought at the same time. Naru had to think fast. If Iruka was in there too long he could die. With no other choice, Naru cried out. Fire. She held out her hand and a small fireball shot out of it and started melting the ice. Don't do that again. Iruka had yelled at Naru, again with his big head jutsu. Team 7 will be Naru Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Shikamaru Nara. Everyone had blinked at that. Ino and Choji looked at each other. They had expected to be the new Ino Shika Cho team. Raising her hand, Naru had asked a very important question. Sensei, why Shika? Iruka looked at Naru. You sensei is Tsunade Senju. Naru nodded while the class had yelled out, what? Iruka ignored the question for now in favor of Naru's. While the Hokage wanted to make the new Ino Shika Cho team, Lady Tsunade had requested Shikamaru. I don't know anything else, he said. With her question answered, Naru sat back in her seat. The other teams were mixed up as well. Team 8 had Hinata, Shino and Kiba. Kiba didn't say anything, he was just glad that he was on the same team as his crush. However, it was Team 10 that would have been a big problem. Without Shikamaru, the team just didn't seem right. Ino needed someone in place to hold back the enemy while she would use her mind jutsu. With two front-line fighters, it was going to be hard. Very hard. Naruto didn't like this one bit. Without Shikamaru on Team 10, Ino could be seriously hurt in the field. She would have to go and talk to the Hokage to make a formal request top switch team members. It could be done and she had a very good reason. However, that would mean that the only other member that could switch was Sasuke Uchiha. Listen up, there more that you need to know, Iruka said as he looked at Naru. The Honorable Lord Hokage had decided that this year class will be the first class to have a graduation dance. What a dance! Damn it, I am so screwed. I can't dance, Naru had thought. Iruka was still looking at Naru when what he had said next. You're to be in formal attire for the night. Naru had a bad feeling about this. This means, Naru, that you are to wear either a dress or a kimono. Naru hated when she was right and started slamming her head on her desk. Naru was dragged by her two best friends to the local clothing store. At first, Naru wanted to bite her arms off just to escape the torture of shopping for cloths. That and the fact that this whole thing stinks. Oh wait, it was just Kiba following them. Why is Kiba coming along again? Naru asked. Because we asked him to come, Sakura answered her friend. Naru still didn't like this, she hated dresses. Naru, will you chill out? Kiba asked. I mean, after all, girls are supposed to like dressing up. That earned him a smack on the back of the head. Yeah, but the last time I wore a dress I ended up in the hospital, Naru said, looking down. It was a rule that all three knew by heart. Never let Naru remember that night. Naru, it can't be that bad. Besides, I think I know the perfect dress for you, Ino said with a smile as she hugged her friend. So you're coming along? Sasuke asked his brother. The two hardly ever talked anymore. Sasuke didn't want anything to do with Itachi for some reason, and that had bothered the eldest brother. Yes, someone very important will be there. He could tell him that there was a purpose for the dance though. Like everyone else in the know, the dance was really a test to see if they were ready. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to do something new for this year class. Itachi decided to throw in his 2 cents and had asked that they do a dance. The idea behind is that at any given time, C-rank escort missions that involved someone of high importance could throw a party at any given time. Any and all teams that are assigned that type of mission should be ready at all times. It was a way to scan for any hidden dangers within the party itself. So what's the real reason for this dance? Sasuke asked as if he was reading Itachi's mind. Itachi just smiled and poked him in the head before he had to leave the room. Silly little brother, what make you think that there's a hidden meaning? Sasuke had a scowl on his face as he watched Itachi leave. Hiruzen had to make sure everything was ready. He also had to tell his Anbu, who had the part in the muck-up of a mission, to be safe, especially around Naru. Her sorcery powers could really hurt someone, so I'll have a medic ready at all times, Tsunade said. This was a bad idea. A very bad idea. Someone could really die tonight just so a few genin could pass. Remember, Naru not as power as she could be, but you still have to be careful, Hiruzen said. Sir, do you really think it's a good idea to let that thing in at tonight's party? He didn't get an answer as Tsunade had punched him so hard he had gone through the wall. That thing, as you call her, is a 12-year-old girl, Tsunade said. I will not have you badmouth my student. No one but Hiruzen almost caught her mistake. Tsunade didn't want people to know that Naru was her granddaughter by blood. In any case, be safe and wait for the right time to attack, Hiruzen said. Non-lethal jutsus only. He then dismissed them to go and get ready for that night. He looked at Tsunade, who was still mad. How dare he say that? Tsunade said. Hiruzen sighed. Naru isn't a thing, she a sweet little girl. Hiruzen gave her a pointed look. Some of the time, Hiruzen shook his head. She didn't really know Naru that well yet, but she will. It would only be a matter of time before Naru gets an inch to prank again. He just hopes it's not at him. That inching took forever to get out. Go on, get out of here, I have things I need to do. Hiruzen told her. Tsunade bowed and soon left the office. She had to go and get ready anyways. Like Naru, she hates having to wear a dress. Damn Shizune, she was going to make her pay for forcing her to do this stupid thing. I'm not going, Naru yelled from inside Ino's room. Ino was standing out in the hallway with her arms crossed. Go on without me. That was it. She looked at her father, who shrugged and nodded. Naru was holding them back and he could tell them the real reason for the party. Naru Uzumaki, you get your little butt out here right now or I'm going to kick your ass. Ino said. I like to see you try, Ino. That was it. Ino hiked up the skirt of her dress and kicked the door in. She had kicked it with so much force that the door went flying out the window. Naru stared at her blonde friend with wide eyes. The young sorceress was wearing a soft ivory evening dress. Nothing too fancy, but the dress itself hugged every curve. It was cut low in the back with slits up the sides. The spaghetti straps over her smooth shoulders exposed enough of her skin that she was clearly not wearing a bra. Her hair was brushed out and down, only a light hint of makeup was on her face. I don't want people to see the… Naru was stopped by Ino as she placed a finger on her friend's lips. Naru, you look amazing. Don't worry about the scars, they're covered, see. Ino moved Naru over to the mirror. When she turned, the young blonde Naru didn't see any hints of the blasted scars. While Naru was staring at herself in the mirror, Ino came over and placed the earrings in. There's still something missing, Ino said. Inochi, Ino's father, was in the doorway. When he saw Naru, whose hair had once again changed colors. We really have to find out why. Inochi thought that she looked more like a younger version of her mother. You know, with your red hair you look like Kushina. Naru's eyes widened. No one was allowed to tell Naru who her parents were, not yet anyways, and he had told her this many times. However, he had told her stories about Kushina, whose last name was kept a secret. He had found it sweet that Naru's greatest role model was her own mother. Ino was right, though there was something missing. Inochi would have to ask Kakashi to get it to her, but he known of a special necklace that would go great with the dress. Walking up behind his daughter and Naru, he handed Ino the small white rose she had asked him to bring. Ino smiled at her father and placed the rose into Naru's hair. Ino frowned when she saw how beautiful Naru looked now. Damn it, Ino said, I'm going to have to fight the guys off with a stick. Naru blushed, but she also had a smile on her face. When the two got to the dance, Naru felt like crawling under a rock with the way everyone had staring at her. Then she frowned. For some reason she could hear something. Look at her, she's so beautiful. Who knew that the tomboy of the class could look like that? I'm going to ask her out, hopefully I'll be able to score with her. Naru placed a hand on her head. She didn't know what that was. I need to sit down, Naru said as the pain in her head had started to get worse. Off to the side, Hiruzen had been watching Naru as she came. He had a worried look on his face when he saw her make her way to the tables where the graduating class would have their dinner. Sir, Hiruzen raised his hand. He was looking at Naru, the way she was holding her head. Is something wrong? The ninja next to him asked. Hiruzen nodded but didn't say anything for a few seconds. Tell the others that Naru is showing signs of telepathic powers. They need to know that they are not to send out any stray thoughts. The ninja next to him nodded. He had to be careful. He also had to relay a message to all his ninja, know what Naru was going to go through the night. Telepathy wasn't something to sneeze at. While it was uncommon for the Uzumaki clan, it wasn't unheard of. Only those who were said to become powerful would show this ability. Naru for her part had laid her head down on the table. Her headache was getting worse, and if she did do something she was going to have to leave, something that she couldn't do. Here, drink this. Naru looked up to see a young man, maybe in his early 20s, place a glass of water in front of her. The man's face and left eye was covered. Hey, Kakashi ne, Naru said as she took the glass of water and slowly started drinking. Placing the glass back down, Naru laid her head back down on her arms. When is the test starting? She asked. If she didn't get home soon, her headache could get worse. How did you? Kakashi was about to ask. However, he took one look at Naru and knew that she knew. Kakashi sighed. Leave it to an Uzumaki to find the hidden meanings in things. They were just as bad as a Nana. I can't tell you. Naru nodded. Kakashi smiled at Naru and left her alone for a little while. He'll come back if it looks like she'll get worse. As the party went on, Naru's headache wasn't getting any better. Worse yet, she couldn't take anything for it, seeing as her healing factor would just bypass it. She just hoped that her back wasn't bleeding. You should try to eat something, Ino said as she sat next to Naru. She did try, and it just made it worse. It's telepathy. Naru looked up to see Inochi walking up to her. Kakashi explained it to me, he said as he sat down. He handed her a small pill. These were designed to help your mother, who also had the same powers. Naru nodded. It'll block out the telepathy for now, but you'll have to learn to use it. Ino nodded. It sounded like it was a great skill to have, especially in the T&I department. Shortly after taking whatever it was, her headache started to vanish, but it wasn't fast enough as Naru caught the ending of Hinata and Kiba's lovemaking. Naru's blush had Ino worried. What wrong? Naru just shook her head. I'll explain later. May I have this dance? Naru looked up from rubbing her sore feet to look at Shikamaru. Like all the other guys in the place, was also dressed up in a black tuxedo. His hair was down from its normal style. Naru nodded her head as she replaced her shoes on, her feet still a little sore from all the dance requests that she had gotten. Most of her dancing partners kept stepping on her feet. On the dance floor, Naru held Shikamaru close as they talked. To others they looked more like a couple than friends. I take it you figured it out? Shikamaru asked. Naru nodded. It's some kind of test, from what I overheard. Naru said. My guess it's about teamwork and keeping someone alive. Shikamaru understood that. My guess would be the Hokage. He's the only one that would be of importance. Naru nodded again. Stay alert and warn the others. I want us to all pass. Those other jerks can go and figure it out for themselves. The others she had been talking about were their other classmates, ones that wasn't in their inner circle. Naru's head was once again on her arms. She looked tried and the wine that they were passing out wasn't helping her to stay awake. This whole thing screamed set up and Naru and the others had to stay alert. Naru had danced with Kiba for a little bit, relaying her plan to him, who in turn relayed it to Hinata. Naru was just about to give up on dancing when one more voice asked that damnable question. Excuse me, miss, may I have the next dance? Naru looked up and saw the eyes of Itachi Uchiha. Naru had a blush on her face when he saw him. Naru gave a slow nod, not wanted to trust her voice. When they had gotten to the dance floor, a softer, romantic song had started to play. Itachi's hands were soft on her, unlike her other dance partners. He kept his steps light. It was almost as if Itachi was guiding her in the dance, the blush never leaving her face. You look beautiful tonight, Itachi said. Naru blushed a little deeper. Off to the side, Ino was taking pictures of Naru and Itachi dancing. She knew that her adopted sister would love to have it, and for once Ino was glad that she had brought her camera. After all, she did have a paper to run. However, she wasn't going to have much of a story if things didn't start happening soon. Hiruzen watched as his granddaughter and unknown to her fiancé were dancing. Truth be told, he was hoping he could get in one last dance. However, the look on Naru's face was telling him that she was going to sleep for a month if she was asked anymore. He'll just have to save it for her wedding in a few years. As he looked around, he could see that Naru's friends had figured out the real purpose of the dance. All the while her other classmates were clueless. Everyone was somewhere that would counter any attack that was being set into place. Key areas were the key to this muck mission, and it seems that Naru and her teammate had set up the perfect counter. Naru was even guiding Itachi closer to himself so Naru could protect her grandfather. Asuma, send the cancellation orders, Hiruzen said. He's seen enough. Naru and her friends have shown signs of being very alert. They had studied everything that had taken place and planned strategies for counterattacks. All the while her classmates had thought that it was just a regular party. They had shown no signs of staying alert, and even some of them were taking naps at tables. Send a message to teams 7, 8, and 10 senseis telling them that they have passed. Asuma nodded. He wasn't assigned a team this year. If the teams were a little bit different, he could have gotten Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji for his team. Oh well, there's always the next generation, if he lived that long. The party was over. Teams 1 through 10 were called over to stand before the Hokage and their Junin senseis. Naru was confused. There were supposed to have been an attack, so the question was what happened to the attacking party? I would like to congratulate teams 7, 8 and 10 for doing a job well done. Naru looked at him, which caused Hiruzen to return the look with a smile. He had explained that at any given time if a mission of this setting that they would have to stay alert. He had explained how Naru and her team had sent messages to other teams some choice to ignore her warning and had continued like it was just a regular party. While members of Team 8 and 10 had listened to her and had set up a counter-defense to key locations. Naru had a smile on her face. They had guessed right, set up a defense strong enough and the mission as it was called would have been a successful mission. That didn't stop Naru from being close to dead tired. She laid her head on Itachi's arm, not even noticing him at her side. After Hiruzen's speech, the Junin senseis gave their teams a place and time to meet. Naru wanted to cry. She had to get up early the next morning. Letting go of Itachi, Naru had turned to Hiruzen. Her eyes was a little sad at something. He was going to bed to his office to do some paperwork. Ino, go ahead without me. Naru sighed as she turned to Ino. I have something that I need to do. She didn't have to, but she felt like she should. You owe me a dance, old man. Naru said from the doorway she was leaning on. Hiruzen looked up from the paperwork that he was working on, and gave the young woman before her a soft smile. What kind of grandfather doesn't want to dance with his own granddaughter? They would never admit it, but the two of them were close, like a real grandfather and granddaughter, just like Kushina was like a daughter to him. You looked so tired that I thought. Naru smiled and walked up to him. Out of all the people I wanted to dance with, I was waiting for you the most. With that said, Hiruzen took Naru's hand, and in the middle of the office floor, Hiruzen had danced with his granddaughter. He didn't care if she wasn't. He had loved her parents just like he had loved the whole village. He could see the same love in Naru's eyes as they had danced. She would be the greatest Hokage one day, the best Hokage that the village of Konoha had ever seen. He just hoped that he would live long enough to see that day. Ma'am, may I have a word with you? Naru asked softly as she and the Fire Lord's wife left the office. Naru's team looked at her and then shrugged it off. They chalked it up as a Naru thing. When Naru came back, she had a smile on her face. I think that will be the last time we hear from Tora. Naru said. If that's true, I'll give pay for an S-ranked mission. Hiruzen said. Naru didn't tell him that she had talked with the cat before she had returned it. Hiruzen looked over the mission's requests. He had to wonder when they would break and ask for a higher-ranked mission. 2 months have passed since Naru and her team had passed their test. This had caused an uproar in the council as they accused Hiruzen for purposely passing the little witch. It was during the meeting that Naru broke the door down and had walked into the room. She had enough of their bullshit and had looked everyone in the eyes. 2 months ago. How dare you? Someone had yelled from the civilian side. This is a private meeting, demon, get out. Naru glared at the young man that had called her a demon. Make me, you fool, Naru said as she looked at him. Anbu, remove this thing and have it killed for. He was stopped when Naru was right in front of him. Shut up and listen well, Naru said as she backflipped back to the council room floor. For 12 years I have been this council's punching bag. Naru was looking mostly at the civilian side, but the words could be heard on the shinobi side as well. Hiruzen had a smile on his face. Everything was going as planned. I was beaten, tortured, molested. Naru looked around at the council, daring them to say something. 12 years of pain. That's a long time for you bastards to heal. This has caused an uproar as everyone was demanding that Naru be removed from the room. Shut up, Naru yelled. Granted, I was very little at the time to understand why I was hated. Naru looked at them and raised up her hand. It only took a few seconds as energy was being gathered in the palm. That ends. As of today, I will not be taking any more bullshit. I will be allowed into shops to buy food and I will be treated like everyone else. Naru said. I'm not demon. If I was, this village would have been destroyed the moment that my sorcery powers have awakened. This has caused people to back up in fear. If you want the demon, you got one. I would be so glad to go out there right now and summon my most deadliest of summons. Naru had to hide her smile. She couldn't tell them that she didn't have it yet, and right now she was pretty much bluffing the idiots into thinking that. Are you threatening us? An older man said. Naru looked at him. Because if you are, as a ninja of this village, that falls under. Naru stopped him. I know what it falls under. Naru said. What about beating on an innocent child? Huh, Naru said as she looked at him. You're no innocent child, you're the Kyuubi that was reborn when the 4th Hokage had tried to kill you. Naru was in his face, glaring at him. The fourth Hokage took me from my mother after I was born on October 10, 2 hours before the Kyuubi attacked this village because he was being controlled by an Uchiha. This had caused another uproar. How the hell do you know this? Naru turned to the man that had called her out. How do we know that you're not lying to us? Naru looked at him. Do you all remember the second fox that had attacked Kyuubi? Naru asked. Now it was the shinobi side to start asking questions. The shinobi that had defended that night knew of the Snow White Fox. How it had came out of nowhere and attacked the blood-red fox of the Kyuubi. That Snow White Fox happens to have been Kitsune, guardian to the Land of Fire. She didn't add to the fact that she was also Kyuubi's eldest sister. For the next 2 hours Naru explained what Kitsune had told her when she was 7 years old. After Naru was done talking she had felt tired, she wanted to be done talking to these fools. That doesn't remove the fact that you had threatened us, young lady. Naru turned to look at the talker. Does it matter? You people have caused me so much pain over the years. Naru said. I gave you all time and a way to heal, I will not be anyone punching bag anymore. Naru said. Oh, and before I forget. Naru pointed to her headband. I'm not a ninja, I'm a sorceress. With that Naru walked to the doors. I hope that things start to clear. I would hate to start having to destroy business just because you idiots can't get your facts straight. Naru was about to leave, then she had stopped one last time. And lay off of grandfather, he may be an old man but he can still kick all your asses before dinner. Present day. After that day Naru had kept her promise. While no one was killed Naru did make sure her message got across. Naru Uzumaki wasn't going to take any more bull from anyone anymore. Several buildings that had refused to let Naru in and shop like everyone else was destroyed. People that had once tired to have beaten her were sent to the hospital, due to Naru defending herself. Of course the council had tired to have Naru arrested and executed for attacking the village. However the shinobi that had came to realize that no one was killed and that the damage can be fixed, had ignored them. There were rules of course, those being that Naru never killed anyone and that if she did destroy a shop that she made sure that the store were closed first. No one was to be seriously hurt. Naru had only sent those to the hospital with only a few broken bones. After 2 months of this, people have started to realize that even though Naru was still being mistreated, she still cared about the people of Konoha. She would only attack those that would attack her. It was slow but the minds of the villagers was slowly started to change. They didn't see Naru as the demon anymore, just a young girl who had been done wrong. Grandfather. Hiruzen looked up at Naru, he was caught daydreaming again. If it is all possible could we get a C-rank mission? Hiruzen looked at Tsunade. She just shrugged. They're a little rusty but I believe they'll ready. Hiruzen nodded. He picked up a scroll and looked it over. There was something fishy about the request though. This mission will take you to the Land of Waves. Hiruzen said. You are to guard the bridge builder named Tazuna until he had finished the bridge. Naru looked at Hiruzen. He had caught that look she gave many times before. She knew something wasn't right. Sensei, may I read the mission scroll? Naru asked. Her team looked at her. Seeing no harm in it, Tsunade handed her granddaughter the scroll. Naru having the ability to see lies didn't just count for words, it also included anything that was written. Naru frowned as she read the scroll. It was covered in only half-truth. Naru? Shikamaru had called to her. That was another thing that had to be done. She still had to ask for a request to have her team switched out. It's only half true, Naru said. My guess is that something is going on in Waves that may call for more help but could only pay for a C rank or lower. Naru looked to her sensei. She then looked at the old man that in so many ways has been a grandfather to her. I say we help, have another team come with us as extra backup. Hiruzen gave Naru a look. He knew about the uneasy feeling she has for the team. Even more so since the new generation of Ino Shika-cho was cancelled. However they didn't know what they were up against and seeing Naru getting hurt was something that he didn't like seeing. Very well, for the time being, I want Naru to do some rounds at the hospital. Naru blinked at him. It's so you can get used to your healing spells. Tsunade said. As for the rest of you, go pack your bags. Sakura and Shikamaru nodded their heads. Naru, meet up with Shizune, she said to the young redhead. Naru's hair was changing color again, as the tips of her hair was slowly turning blonde. Naru nodded and turned to leave. As the door closed Tsunade turned to look at Hiruzen. Should I tell them? Tsunade asked. No, for now let them think that you and Kakashi's team will help out in waves. After saying that, Hiruzen had a grim look on his face. Tsunade, whatever it takes, please make sure that Naru ever found out the secret of waves. Tsunade nodded. It's not that I like keeping secrets from her, it's just that I don't think that she is ready yet. Tsunade could only agree as she looked out the window and saw her granddaughter walking to the hospital. The young teen had been though so much lately, and yet she had keep a kind and caring heart. How that was possible in a village where more than half were idiots. She's turning out to be more like her mother with each passing day. Hiruzen smiled. That, dear Tsunade, worries me. Listen, you old hag, Naru said as she placed her hands on her hips. I was told by my sensei and the Hokage to work here until the start of my mission. Now please give me some folders and tell me where Shizune is. The nurse at the desk just yawned, ignoring the young teen. Fine, whatever. Now go away before I call in someone to handle your loud mouth. Naru had the twitch in her eye. The nurse was one of those people that thought Naru was the fox she didn't even have. What seems to be the problem here? A voice called out. Naru turned around and started to blush. Standing behind her was Itachi Uchiha. In his hands he was holding some flowers and was giving the nurse a hard look. Why the hell was she acting like Hinata? The nurse smiled at Itachi. It's nothing that I can't handle, Uchiha-san, she said. I was just about to have the little pest thrown out. Naru glared at the nurse and started growling. This is until Itachi placed his hand on Naru's shoulder. Miss, this young lady was sent here to help. Please do as she has requested or you can kiss your job goodbye. The nurse sighed and handed Naru some folders. The two missed Itachi's raised eyebrow as he read the name of one of them. Naru turned to Itachi and smiled at him. Thank you, she said before running off. Itachi rubbed his forehead. He wasn't clueless about the young teen's feelings, he knew about her crush on him. However, he wasn't ready for a relationship just yet. The same thing goes for you too, you jerk. Naru yelled as she slammed the door shut. The old man that she had helped was grumpy. And Naru had made a comment that he would have a better life if the stick that was up his ass was removed. That wasn't the worst part. No, the worst part was that after she had healed the old man's broken hip, he had the balls to hit on her. Naru looked at the next file and blinked. Makoto Uchiha? She thought. Funny, I could have sworn that the clan was healthy. Wait, where have I heard that name before? Naru arrived at one of the rooms and blinked. The hell? She called out loud. Naru looked down at the folder again as she read the reports. She walked over to the bed and took a look at the charts. She didn't notice that a boy her age was seating next to the woman. He was holding her hand and not saying anything. He looked up and had a questioning look on his face when he saw Naru looking over the charts as well his mother's folder. 4 years? Naru was talking to herself. Sasuke just gave her a frown. Must have happened during the attack on the Uchihas. Naru placed the folder down and looked at the raven-haired woman. She placed her hand on the woman's forehead and closed her eyes. Kitsune, can you sense anything? The teen asked the kitsune. Not really, young one. Her body has mostly healed. Naru had a way for her to wake up. Reaching into her pouch, she pulled out a bottle. Inside the bottle was a red liquid. What's that? Naru jumped as she finally saw Sasuke in the room. What the hell are you doing here, bastard? Sasuke frowned. This happens to be my mother, you little ditz. Naru growled at the little part. It's a phoenix down elixir. Sasuke blinked at her. Naru sighed. It was something that was made to help wake up comatose patients a long time ago. Naru said, I just made this a few days ago. Naru, then carefully titled Makoto's and as careful as she could poured the elixir down the woman's throat. For the next few minutes though, nothing seemed to have happened, that is until the woman's body has started glowing. The machines that had been monitoring the older Uchiha's vitals have gone off, alerting the hospital staff and Naru that something was happening. Naru stepped to the side as doctors and nurses had run in. Then something had happened that had not happened in a long time. Makoto Uchiha, mother to both Itachi and Sasuke, had opened her eyes. The doctors were shocked at this. Sasuke turned to look at Naru as she had her arms crossed. Why wasn't that used before? Sasuke asked. Naru looked at him and shrugged her shoulders. It takes a long time to make, a few days at least. The young teen said, alchemy isn't as easy as it sounds. Sasuke gave her a look and then said, what now? Naru sighed once again. Alchemy. It's hard to explain and there are rules that you need to follow. Naru said as she looked at him with a figure raised. Anyways, I'm not sure how the elixir works. I think the person has to be near death or something like that. Naru looked at Sasuke. Why the hell are you standing by me anyways? Naru asked as she grabbed Sasuke by the shoulders, and then without warning pushed him over to his mother. Makoto smiled at the teen and nodded her thanks before she gave Sasuke a hug. Naru smiled at the scene. She wished that she could have met her mother. Suddenly Sakura head popped into the doorframe. Hey Whiskers, time's up, we need to meet at the south gate. The pink-haired teen said. Naru nodded. Be right there. Sakura nodded back and left. Before Naru could gather her things, she felt something on her shoulder. Naru turned to look at who had touched her and she blushed once more. Thank you, Itachi Uchiha said as he gave Naru a kiss on her forehead. It was nothing, Itachi-san. Naru said. She turned around and ran out the door, or she would have if she didn't run into the wall instead. What the hell happened to your face? Shikamaru asked Naru as she arrived at the gate. I got into a fight with the door frame and lost. The red-haired teen said. Shikamaru's sweat dropped at that. Tsunade looked at Sakura for some answers. The pink-haired girl just smiled and said. Her crush thanked her, then gave her a kiss on the forehead and she pretty much pulled a Hinata and ran into the door frame. Naru glared at her friend as the rest of her team had started laughing. Here Naru, Tsunade said as she handed Naru her pack. Naru opened it up and found several of her mother's scrolls as well as a few other things. I had Yuna pack some of your clothing into some selling scrolls. Tsunade said as she handed the scrolls to Naru. Taking the scrolls and placing them in a pouch on her belt, Naru looked at her sensei as she was handed her swords. Naru sighed and took them, placing them on her back. Well, you're here earlier. Naru turned to look at Kakashi Hitaki. Naru crossed her arms. No, you're just late, big brother. Kakashi smiled at Naru and placed his hand on her head. Hey idiot, Sasuke said from behind Kakashi. Sasuke, be nice, Ino said, smacking the Uchiha on the head. Or I'll tell Hinata. Sasuke looked at the blonde and shrugged off the threat. Next to Ino, Choji was eating a bag of chips like always. However, it was the person behind them that had caught Naru's eyes. My name is Tazuna. I'm the bridge builder that you are to be guarding until the bridge is completed. The old man said. There was something else, Naru could sense it. Naru started doing a head count. She had a way for them to get to waves faster than walking, but she was limited to how many she can summon. She would need 3 of them since there were 9 altogether. However, Choji was big for his age and that alone might. 4. Naru said, making everyone look at her. I would need 4. Naru's hands started to glow and Sakura and Ino smiled. They loved seeing Naru use her magical powers. In a way, it was a beautiful sight. Tazuna was watching the young teen. There's no way that she a member of that family. He had thought to himself. Come forth, Chocobo. Naru yelled out. No sooner as she said that 4 very big chickens had come out of a portal. Naru opened her eyes and smiled. Yep, there were 4 very big birds about 3 foot tall, if anyone could guess. Tsunade walked up to Naru and placed a hand on her shoulder. I didn't know that you could summon yet, she said. Naru gave her a smile. It's no big deal, after all, level 1 summons are easy. Naru said as she petted one of the yellow birds. Guys, this here is a chocobo. Sasuke walked up to one and blinked. Why did you summon a giant chicken? Naru saw a tick mark appear on the chocobo. Sasuke, there's something that you should know. Naru tried to warn, however she did get the chance as the chocobo decided to kick Sasuke in the gut. The kick surprisingly had enough force to send Sasuke flying into the wall. Never, ever call a chocobo a chicken. Naru sighed. Quay? Naru looked up and petted the chocobo's neck. I'm sorry, but no. Naru said to the gold bird. I need you to help use get to waves. Naru said. The bird titled its head a little. Quay? Naru blinked. None of you? The chocobo nodded. Tazuna, will there be a way for use to into waves? Naru asked the old drunkard. Of course. He was hiding the fact that he was shocked that such a young girl was a sorceress of the Uzumaki clan. I'll have a friend waiting for us tomorrow afternoon. Naru nodded. It's okay then, Naru said. She then turned back to the chocobo. You can take us to the water's edge then. Naru told the bird. Everyone, groups of 3. Naru said. She then walked up to Choji. I'm sorry Choji, because of your size, you'll be the only one to ride a chocobo solo. Naru said. Choji placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, Naru. I just hope I don't hurt the poor thing," Naru said at him. "But then again, they do look good to eat." Naru did something that she never thought she would. She smacked Choji upside the head. Ino and Sasuke were on one, while Naru, Sakura and Shikamaru had chosen to ride the chocobo that Naru had talked to. That left Kakashi, Tsunade and Tazuna on the last one. "If you even think about touching me, She let the threat hang in the air. Naru turned to look at the group. "Don't worry about guiding them, they know where to go," Naru said. As the four chocobos, some screams could be heard. "Kakashi, stop screaming like a little girl and enjoy the ride," Tsunade said to the Cyclops. The chocobos were fast, so fast in fact that they didn't see the puddle that was up ahead or the fact that they had hit something on their way to waves. "Mizu?" someone asked as he had swirls in his eyes. "Yes, Guzu?" the other asked, not looking too good as he had footprints all over his face and most of his body. "What the hell just hit us?" Mizu didn't have an answer to that. At first he thought it may have been, "Guzu, I think we need to lay off the weed," he said before he had passed out. It wasn't long before Naru and the others have gotten to the coastline. Naru had gotten off the chocobo and petted the bird's feathered head. "Thank you for the ride," Naru said to the bird. "Quay," Naru smiled. Then she handed the bird something the others couldn't tell what it was. "Now why would I forget that?" the teen said. As Naru started feeling the bird, she had stopped and looked at Sasuke. The sheep blinked. "Hey Sasuke," Naru called out. "For years I thought your hair looked like a duck's butt, but the more I look at it the more it looks like a chocobo's butt." Sasuke crossed his arms as the young man looked away. Naru smiled at him then looked at her summons. "Thank you for all your help, you are dismissed now." The yellow birds gave Naru a loving nudge before they had faded off. Tsunade walked up to the teen and started roughing up her hair. "Good job, kid." "Thanks, sensei," Naru said with a smile. "Chocobos are easy, and I figured that the sooner we get to waves the better, after all." Naru paused to look at Tazuna. There could be enemy ninja after us. By this point Tazuna was sweating bullets. Kakashi had ordered his genin to go out and gather some firewood and something to cook for dinner. Tsunade's team was assigned to set up camp for the night, seeing as how their ride into waves wouldn't be there until the morning of the next day. Tsunade watched as Naru went into a deep mediation state. Kakashi had walked up to her and sat down. "She's becoming more powerful with each passing day." Tsunade had to agree. Summoning for a normal Uzumaki would have taken a normal Uzumaki at least a full year, and Naru had done it in less time. "She's amazing when she puts her mind into it." Kakashi watched as his sensei's daughter just sat there, listening to the sounds of nature. A test was given to Naru to see what her potential could be. Kakashi said. When Tsunade looked at him he gave her a look and said, "I'm not kidding." Naru mana level went through the roof, it pretty much destroyed the equipment. No one should have that much power in them. The Uchiha clan had once feared the Uzumaki clan long before the formation of Konoha. Tsunade's known grandfather was also afraid of the clan. However, he was able to overcome his fear and marry Mito, a young Uzumaki that was the first to have a high mana level herself. "I would love so much to tell her about her clan," Tsunade said. Then she had a sad look in her eyes. "It's not my place though." Kakashi knew that she was wrong though. She had every right. "We should keep a close eye on her." It was known that some Uzumaki clan members had turned rogue and caused some trouble for those that were doing their job. Kakashi nodded. Naru had never been on a boat before, and if she had it her way, she never would so again. Currently she had her head hanging over the side of the boat, nearly losing most if not all of her breakfast. "Some sorceress you turn out to be," Sasuke said. Naru took one look at him and then back out to the sea. "Let's see how far I can throw you," Naru said before she held her stomach and leaned back over the side. Once she was back on land she was going to look into some flying summons. She knew of one, but at her current level she couldn't summon him yet. Once they had reached dry land, Naru and her team had formed around Tazuna and was on their way. Naru was still a little weak from being seasick, and didn't feel like summoning anything yet. However, after walking for a little bit she had sensed something. "Everyone get down," she had yelled out as a sword of some kind was spinning above where their heads had just been. "Tsunade Senju and the copycat ninja, this is a surprise," a voice said. Everyone quickly turned to look at a man who was standing on a sword. Were you the ones that stopped the demon brothers? He asked. Everyone had a confused look on their faces. Doesn't matter. Hand over the bridge builder and you might go on living. Naru growled, so the old man did have problems. I have a better idea. Naru said. Thunder. As she pointed her hand out at the swordsman, a bolt of lightning had stricken him, causing his whole body to light up like a Christmas tree. What the hell? He yelled at the young teen. Naru grinned. Yelled that was shocking. You need to chill out, Blizzard. Naru yelled out, causing a block of ice as tall as the swordsman was to form and fall on him. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Tsunade were grilling Tazuna for answers. Shouldn't we be helping Naru? Ino asked, worried about her friend. Tsunade looked back and then at the masked man and Naru. Zabuza, demon of the bloody mist. Kakashi turned to look at her when she saw something. Hot enough for you? Naru asked Zabuza. No, then try this on for size, Fira. Throwing out her hand, she had light the swordsman on fire once more. For his part, Zabuza didn't know what was going on. He was given a mission that would pay him a lot of money if he had killed a simple bridge builder. Then the next thing he knew what was going on, he was being electrocuted, freeze to death and then set on fire, twice. Who the hell are you? He asked the teen. Naru yawned and looked at him. Naru Uzumaki. Zabuza's eyes had widened. He, like everyone else, had heard about the Uzumaki clan. You lie, that clan was destroyed by Cloud and Iwa nearly 20 years ago. Tsunade's eyes widened. Shit, this is not good. Tsunade thought. Naru growled. What was that? Naru had nearly yelled out. Naru had known that she may have been the last of her clan, but to have found out that the clan was nearly wiped out by 2 other countries. Faraga. Naru yelled. Zabuza had tried not to cry out in pain as his body was once more set on fire. Fallen to his knees, he looked up at Naru. She had no weapons in her hands, but he knew that she didn't really need one. Tell me what you know. Naru ordered. Tsunade looked at Naru. She was about to tell her to stand down. Zabuza was clearly defected. How he was still alive she didn't know. Thundara. Lightning had hit him once more, this time more powerful than the last. Talk. I can't. Zabuza cried out in pain. Any more attacks and he was done for. Worst yet, he wasn't able to attack Naru. His body won't more. I know about as much as you do, nothing else. He wasn't about to beg for his life. After all, he did have a backup plan. Then how did you know what happened? Naru said. She kicked him in the face, causing the already blister body to bleed more. We should stop her, Sakura said. The others looked at her. No, don't, Tsunade ordered. Naru is in a berserker-like state. Trying to stop her will only cause you to get hurt. Ino and Sakura looked at her as she stood there guarding the old man. I'm telling the truth. I know because it was during the Second War. It's in the history books. Naru growled. It wasn't a lie and he was telling the truth. No matter how good someone was at lying, they could never lie to her. Who hired you to kill the old man? Naru asked. Where the hell is Haku? Zabuza thought. Answer me. Naru yelled at him. Who hired you? Zabuza sighed. He tried to get up, and, oh no you don't, Blizzara. Zabuza's lower body had started to freeze. This was bad, not because the burnt skin was now cold. Then it exploded, causing him to go into more pain. Gato. Zabuza yelled out. Naru, that's enough. Tsunade yelled out. However, Naru didn't listen to her. Picking up the missing ninja, Naru looked into his eyes. Where is he? Naru asked. Zabuza didn't say anything. I can't tell you. It's just a job I've been paid to do. It's nothing personal. Naru had lightning going up her arms. She had thrown Zabuza at a tree, causing the missing ninja to hit it hard. She had then thrown several knives, which had hit its mark, pinning him to the tree. Kakashi and his team had watched as Naru had single-handedly beaten Zabuza, the demon of the bloody mist. I won't kill you, but if you ever go after Tazuna again, I will finish the job that I started. Naru said as she turned away. She stood in front of Tazuna and looked him in the eyes. How far is your home? She asked. Tazuna looked at her and sighed. Not far, a few more miles. He said. Naru had a tired look in her eyes. Let's go then, she said just before she had passed out. Naru. 3 voices had cried out. Tsunade had reached Naru just before she had hit the ground. You did good, kid, she said. Naru gave her a weak smile before she had closed her eyes and had fallen asleep. Mana drain, she just needs rest. Tsunade told Shikamaru and Sakura. Kakashi and his team looked at Zabuza. What should we do about him? Sasuke said. Nothing, I'll take care of things from here on out. A voice said. Everyone turned to look at a young teenager in a mask. A hunter nin. Kakashi said. I have to thank you. The ninja said. He would have been a lot harder to have fought him if not for the young lady over there. The hunter ninja had jumped down from the tree he was in and walked over to Zabuza. Time to die, Zabuza. The others didn't see what had happened, but from the looks of things, and how Zabuza hung his head, the missing ninja was now dead. Again, I thank you for your help. With that, the ninja had taken the body and left the scene. Tsunade had crossed her arms. That wasn't a hunter nin, we'll be seeing Zabuza again. Kakashi looked at her, who had just shook her head. Come on, let's get the kid to a bed. Tsunade said. She then looked at Tazuna. Then you can tell us why Gato wants you dead. Tsunade had watched Naru as she had gone through her katas. The child was well skilled in both her spells and her hand-to-hand combat. Right now she was moving her joined swords at a speed that she didn't even know she had. Which could mean one thing. Naru, I thought I told you not to use any spells. Tsunade yelled out at her student and granddaughter. Naru stopped and with a blush on her face laughed it off. Tsunade sighed. The young teen was getting used to her spells so fast that if Tsunade had to take a guess, she was at mid-level, meaning that if Naru was a regular ninja, she would be a high chunin to a low junin. From the looks of it, Kakashi said as he sat next to Tsunade. She's been using haste. Tsunade could only nod. I had to send Ino and Sakura to the bridge for their shift in guarding Tazuna. The Cyclops said. Tsunade sighed. That meant that Naru had to go as well. Naru, time's up. Naru stopped what she was doing and looked at her sensei. Get your things together and head over to the bridge. Naru gave the older blonde a salute and then used a teleport spell back to Tazuna's house. Tsunade sighed again. Well, at least that spell is limited to only the places that she had been to. Kakashi said. However, he had gotten smacked upside the head by Tsunade. Not helping, Tsunade told him. A week has passed since the Konoha ninja and Naru had arrived at the Wave Village. Naru can be seen wearing red pants and a blue shirt. She was passing out small bottle of what was known as healing potions to some of the sick people of the country. Kami, bless you, child, an elderly woman said. Naru smiled and gave the old woman a hug. Don't lose hope, if you do, then Gato had already won. Naru said. The next in line were two children about the same age as Naru adopted little brother Konohamaru. By the way they had looked though, they haven't eaten in days. Naru's heart nearly had broken because of that. Guessing what they needed, Naru had brought out a few boxes that had food in them. Thanks to Naru's spells she could make sure that the village of Waves, or any other village for that matter, had food to eat. Okay kiddos, I only have one rule. Naru said to the two. There's enough food in here to make sure that you and your family has enough to eat, as well as some snacks. The look on the children's faces made Naru's day as she handed the boxes to them. Their shocked look made Naru laugh when they had found out how light it was. Not far from the young redhead, was her teammates. Sakura and Shikamaru had a smile on their faces. Today was different than any other day. Naru, after coming back to Tazuna's house one day, was in tears. When asked by everyone in the house, she had told them how unfair it was, that the people had to suffer like they did. 2 days ago. It can't be helped, Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, said as she held the young teen. Gato has stopped all shipping to this village. I hate to say it, but there's no hope. Naru had stopped crying and looked at the young woman. Then Naru had gotten a look in her eyes. Without warning, Naru had used her teleportation spell and had vanished without a word. It was a few hours later when Naru had come back with several people and several boxes. What the hell? Sasuke asked, only to get a look from Naru that told him to shut up. Naru turned to the others who had helped with the boxes to go ahead and put them down. When they did, Naru and those men had vanished once more. For the next few hours Naru along with some help came and gone. Tazuna house was quickly losing room and they had to move stuff outside. As it turns out, Naru had asked for special permission to gather things to help Wave until they could get back on their feet. The Hokage agreed and told Naru to take a special order to all the stores. Thanks to Naru's spells, she was able to keep everything from food to clothing safe. She was also able to use a spell that would triple the amount of food. Naru had also brought back clothing and well as medical supplies. It had taken Naru 2 days to get everything ready. While the others would protect Tazuna, Naru would pass out food and supplies. Her teammates, the senseis as well as Sasuke and his team would wish to be able to protect them both. Present day. Naru knew that the day was going to be hard. What she didn't expect was that some of Gato's thugs to appear in town. Sorry gentlemen, but I'm closing up for the day, Naru said with a smile, even though she wanted to rip them a new one. Please come back tomorrow, Naru said as she had turned around to start packing some stuff. We're not here to buy anything, Missy, the one on the left said. We're here to collect. Naru turned around and tilted her head, pretending that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Collect? Collect what? Naru asked. The two looked at each other and smiled. Why protection money, of course. Naru's eyes widened. Oh dear me, Naru said as she placed her hand on her heart. Is it really that dangerous here? She asked. The two again grinned. Very. The one on the right said. Now because you are new here, your first payment is 85%. Naru's eyes widened. Those fucking bastards, even if I did have the money that would hardly leave me with anything. Naru thought. I'm sorry gentlemen, Naru said with a sweet smile on her face. But I run a non-profit base operation here, Naru said with a sad look on her face. The two looked at each other and then knocked over a jar of position. Oops, I'm sorry about that, he said. Lucky for them the position can be easily replaced. However, what they did next though was uncalled for. They grabbed the table and had tipped it over cause food, clothing and any medical supplies to go flying. In the alleyway Shikamaru was holding Sakura back. Stay calm, he told the pink-haired teen. Tsunade asked Yus to watch Naru and to only help if she can't handle things. Sakura stayed put, however she didn't like the fact that her adopted sister was being picked on. I don't think you understand, little missy. Thug number 1 said. This is Gato's island, if you sell things then you have to pay a tax. Naru gave him a look of shock. But I told you, Naru said. I'm not selling anything, I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. Naru said sweetly. Can't you see that the people are sick and dying? The two didn't like her answer. Then you better start selling stuff before things starts happening again, the two said. Then they turned and walked away. We'll be back tomorrow, if you do have any money by then, we'll be taking what you owe us out of your body. Naru glared at the thugs and growled softly. Crossing her arms she looked at the mess that they had made. With a sigh and a wave of her hand the mess was gone. Jerks sure know how to make a mess, Naru muttered to herself. I better be ready for tomorrow. Again with a wave of her hand the things Naru had to give out had cleared. I'm really starting to love my powers, Naru thought to herself. Elsewhere, non-profit, you say? A man who couldn't have been more than 4 foot, in a purple suit said. I'm sure that you have told her the rules. The two goons who were giving Naru a hard time smiled at him. That we did, sir. The little man nodded. However, her helping the people troubles me, the little man said. Bring her before me rather or not she gives us the money. Right away Lord Gato, the two said before they had walked off. Unknown to Gato and his two goons, a young man no more than 13 was standing in the shadows, listening to Gato talking to his men. I can't have outsiders helping the people, he said to a few others. They will not take away what is mine. The young man slipped away, but not before he heard something that made his blood run cold. Zabuza was a big disappointment, kill him and the young bastard that is with him. However, someone else had another idea. Sir, why not wait? Let the ninjas fight each other to the point that they tire themselves out? He said, then we can kill them ourselves. The smile on Gato's face showed just how evil he was. So they do plan to have us killed. Zabuza-sama is too weak right now, he thought. I have no choice, that young woman who attacked him can help me. I just hope she knows what she's doing helping the people of this country. I can't let you go alone, Tsunade said. Naru sat across from her with her arms crossed. It's too dangerous, who knows how many men he has. Naru sighed. Sensei, that's the whole point, Naru said. We need information, and if I can do anything to slow Gato down then maybe we can end this thing before he starts anything more. Tsunade didn't like this idea. It was something that her mother and to a point her grandfather would do. Kushina would go in like Naru had planned, while her grandfather would go in throwing around jutsus. I don't like it, Naru. Naru smiled. She got up from the chair she had sat in and hugged the older blonde. Thank you for caring, Naru said, but someone has to do something or it could end up in a lot of people dying. Tsunade knew Naru was right. Why bother? Came the voice of a young boy. You're just going to end up killing yourself. Naru sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose. No Inari, I won't. Naru told the young man. You have to understand something. She turned around and looked at him with a smile. The worst thing that a person can do is do nothing. With that, Naru got up and walked to the room that she shared with Ino, Sakura and her sensei. Kakashi, tomorrow I want you to take your team and follow Naru. Tsunade said. The rest of my team will stay behind and guard Tazuna. Kakashi nodded his head knowing that she outranked him. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to her. Kakashi said. Tsunade nodded. She knew that Kakashi wouldn't let anything happen to Naru. After all, Naru is Kakashi-sensei's daughter. The next day, like they had promised, the two thugs from the day before had showed up just as Naru was closing down. Our lord would like to have a word with you. One of them said. Naru sighed. So far everything is going according to plan. Naru thought. Any chance of letting me put my things away first? Thug number 2 just shook his head. In the alleyway, Kakashi and his team watch as Naru follows the two thugs. Let's follow but stay out of sight, Kakashi said. Kakashi was a little worried about this part of the mission. Any number of things could and probably will go wrong. Do you think they'll try something? Choji had asked. Kakashi looked at him and nodded. It wouldn't put it past me. They had followed Naru and the two thugs to the docks. Once there, they had lead Naru into one of the buildings. I guess now we wait, Kakashi said. He just hoped that Naru knew what she was doing. She may hate having to fight, but when she did fight, hardly anyone could stand up to her, especially now that she was growing in power. So you're the man that took waves by force, Naru said as she crossed her arms. Gato was looking at her. She's young, but she should bring in a fair price. Maybe I should get a hold of Orochimaru. Gato thought. Forced? My dear, you hurt me. I married, took back what is mine. Naru was growling on the inside. He was lying. She knew that much without needed her special powers. So what do you want from me? Naru asked. Gato just smiled at her and handed her a piece of paper. Once Naru looked at it, she started growling. And why should I pay you this much? Naru asked. I told your thugs that I run my stand to help people, not to make money. Gato grinned. So you refuse to pay? He asked. Naru held the paper in her hands. You're damn right, I refuse to pay. Gato nodded at his men, who had moved to grab her. Then I have no choice, you are now my salve. Naru smiled as she let the thugs grab her. You are now mine until I see fit to let you go. Gato had picked up one of the bottles that had one of Naru's potions in it. What is this stuff anyways? Naru sighed, as the men had grabbed her arms. Tell him, girly, the thug on the right said. Naru looked at him. It's a medical potion. It will heal wounds in a matter of seconds. Naru said. She hated this part of the plan. Give this to Zabuza. Tell him that I want the bridge builder dead by tomorrow. Gato said, handing the potion to another thug. Gato then looked back at Naru. Now what should I do with you? Naru just looked at him. Take her to room 301. I'm sure there are some men there who would like to play with our new toy. He said with a laugh. I have a better idea. Naru said as she jumped into the air and kicked both thugs in the face. When she landed, she didn't give the thugs a chance to fight back as she punched both of them in the groin. Getting back up once again as fast as she could, she then elbowed them on their way down to the floor. Naru had her back turned to Gato. She had taken something out of her pocket and placed it on her head. Gato, by order of the Lord of the Land of Fire, and the village of Konoha, I hereby place you under arrest. Naru said as she turned around and looked at Gato, who in turn looked at the symbol of the leaf village of Konoha. Come quietly and there won't be any trouble. Gato took one look at the teen and started laughing. Do you really think you can stop me? Gato said as he pressed a button under his desk. Guess I have to do to you as I did to that one other troublemaker. He said, only this time I think I let my men have fun with you first. Naru was in motion the moment Gato men had entered the room. Moving as fast as she could, she kicked one of the thugs before moving on to the next thug, kicking him hard in the face. You know, you have no clue who you're messing with, Naru said as she sidestepped a thug who had swung his axe at her. Spinning around, Naru had blocked the axe with her foot after catching it on the side, pushing it away. Here, let me show you. Naru had placed her hand together. Come forth, Ice Queen Shiva. The air all of a sudden had gotten very cold and somehow wind had started blowing into the small office. Icicles had started to form and then they had broken apart. A young woman with blue skin, as well as blue hair and eyes, looked at Naru, who smiled. Show them why you're the mistress of ice, Naru ordered. As you wish, my lady. Shiva said. Ice had started forming around the Ice Queen's hands and in a blinding light had frozen most of the room. Gato was shocked. He didn't know what he made of this. With a snap of her fingers, the ice that had frozen the men burst, causing serious wounds to his men. What the hell are you? Gato asked. Naru smiled as she walked up and stood next to Shiva. My name is Naru Uzumaki. Naru said. Sorceress of Konoha. Gato eyes widen. You lying little bitch. The Uzumaki clan was wiped out nearly 35 years ago. Naru growled as she dismissed Shiva. Fare thee well, my lady. Shiva said and had gone back to her world. Naru was in Gato's face before he had known what happened. One, I don't lie. Naru said as she punched the little man in the face. And two, don't call me a bitch. Naru had picked Gato up and had thrown him hard into the wall, causing it to break, and taking Gato outside. That was fast, Naru said as she was looking at Zabuza. I figured it would have been a few more minutes for the potion to work. Naru walked up to Gato and kicked him in the face. More of Gato's men had started to show up. You're getting quiet, powerful little Uzumaki. Zabuza had said. Sadly, I'm still on Gato's payroll, and I can't let you hurt my boss. Naru sighed. You're sure about this? She asked. Zabuza didn't answer as he ran at Naru with blinding speed, hoping to end this fight before it started. Naru was on the move when Zabuza had started to run at her. Haste! Naru called out, giving her an extra boost of speed. Spinning around, the sound of metal hitting metal could be hard. Naru had her twin swords out. Sorry Zabuza, but I can't let you win this one, Naru said, swinging her swords. Not far behind her, Kakashi and his team was on the move, backing Naru up. Some of Gato's men would try to blindside her while Naru was blocking and swinging her two swords. You know I never did thank you for the sword lessons, Naru had yelled out to Kakashi as she ducked more of Zabuza's swings. Kakashi looked back at her and smiled. No problem Naru, it was the least I could do. Naru had turned back to her fight with Zabuza. I'm surprised that you can keep up with me, the missing nin said. So am I heard a lot about you from my sensei. Naru said back. Do you really think that a tree-hugging wimp like you can be a ninja? He asked. Naru frowned. Do you think you need to grow some eyebrows? Naru said back as she dunked under other swing of Zabuza's sword and kicked him hard in the ribs. I'm not a ninja. I'm something far more dangerous than a ninja. Zabuza just yawned and looked at Naru. Kid, stop fooling around. Ninja or Uzumaki, they're both dangerous. Zabuza said. It's how you use your skills that make you deadly or not. Naru just growled at him. Naru would have said something more if it wasn't for the fact that he heard a piercing scream that made her blood run cold. Sasuke. Turning around, Naru saw Sasuke on the ground holding his face. Upon looking, she could see one of the thugs with a bloody sword ready to finish Sasuke off. Damn it, it wasn't supposed to happen this way, Naru thought. I have to finish this. I'm sorry Zabuza, but I had to help my friend first. Turning around, Naru raised her. I call forth wings of the sky. Come nightshade. The sky had grown dark and a roar of some kind could be heard before several balls of blue fire was shot down and hitting several men. What the hell? One of them had yelled out. Another roar had the men looking around. That was when they saw the shadow and looked up. What the hell is that? Naru had a smile on her face. Toothless, show those guys why you don't mess with people. Naru called out to a black cat-like dragon with yellow-green eyes. Naru turned back to Zabuza. Do you really want to finish this? Naru asked. Zabuza looked at Naru then and the dragon that she had just summoned. Zabuza put his sword away and looked at Naru. You have skills, I'll give you that much. He told her. You still have a lot to learn, kid. The bridge builder is no longer my concern. Hiku, let's go. With that, the two around and started to walk away. Gato, who had just woken up, looked at the two of them. Where do you think you're going? The little man said. You have a job to finish. Zabuza turned around and looked at the small man. Seeing as how you plan to betray me, I will say this. Good luck. With that, the two had started to walk away. Naru walked up to the small man. This is for Waves, Naru said as she punched the small man. This is for Inari's father. A kick to the groin had the small man grabbing his family jewels. And this is just for fun. A spin kick had put the small man out. Toothless, it's time to finish it. The dragon roared and fired off a fire blast, killing all in its way. Naru ran over to Ino and Sasuke. When Naru had gotten there, she had to hold back her stomach. Sasuke was bleeding pretty badly from his eyes. Sasuke, I'm sorry, this is entirely my fault. Sasuke didn't say anything. Kakashi had walked over to them and placed a hand on the young girl's shoulder. Naru looked at him and sighed. Sasuke, there is a way for me to heal your eyes, however. Naru started to say, there is a small chance that you will never gain the Sharingan. Sasuke didn't say much. He was quiet for a few seconds. Do it, Sasuke said. Even if I don't have the Sharingan, I will still be a better ninja than my brother. Naru sighed and nodded to Ino. Lay him down gently, Naru ordered. Naru placed something to Sasuke's lips. This is a new type of potion that I have been working on. I need you to eat it. Sasuke took the pill. He was about to ask you something when he felt something warm touch his face. Sasuke's injured eyes started glowing a soft blue before they had turned white. When the growling had stopped, Sasuke had fallen asleep. He'll sleep for a while, Naru said. She then turned to the dead. Kakashi-sensei, did you have to kill so many of them? Naru asked. I mean, I know that they had killed themselves, but still. Kakashi placed a hand on her shoulders. Pray that you never had to take a life. Naru looked up at the masked ninja, and gave him a weak smile. Naru looked at Toothless and walked up to him. Thank you, Toothless. With a gentle hug, much to the black dragon horror, with that the dragon had left, flying high into the sky and then vanished within the clouds. Kakashi looked at Naru. She was about to pass out, so what he had said next made them all smile. Let's head back to Tazuna and tell him the good news. Well? Kakashi had asked after Tsunade walked out of Sasuke's room. The old woman looked at him and sighed. Naru's fear is confirmed. Sasuke will never be able to use the Sharingan. Kakashi sighed. The damage around the eyes was bad. While Naru was able to save his eyes, the nerves that would have allowed Sasuke to use the Sharingan was too badly damaged to save. The council was not going to like this. They have been looking for a way to punish Naru at any chance they can find. This was the perfect excuse. Isn't there anything that you can do? Kakashi asked. The blonde shook her head no. Kakashi sighed. He just hoped that Naru will not blame herself for what had happened. Why is he still alive? Tazuna said. Naru looked up at the old man as she ate her apple. He should be dead. Naru sighed. He has to stand trial in Fire Country. The young teen said. The Fire Lord wishes to ask Gato about certain drugs that have been found in his country. Naru looked at the small man. He will then be trialed for the murder of several samurai that have been working undercover that have been investigating the case. Naru threw her half-eaten apple at the small crook, hitting him in the head hard enough to make him bleed. However, because he was in a different country, there was nothing the Fire Lord could do. That is until you decided to start building a bridge. Naru had taken out a special order from the Fire Daimyo. Normally I wouldn't get something like this, Naru said. But the Fire Daimyo saw fit to give this to me when I went back to Konoha to get the supplies for the village. Naru didn't open it, she just looked at it. Of course I told Sensei and Kakashi Sensei about it. They of course didn't like the idea. Naru put the scroll away. She walked up to Gato. I can't let you kill him, Naru said with an evil-looking smile. However, the orders never said anything about letting the people beat him up. Tazuna nodded and got up. Gato looked at Naru. Please, I will pay you all the money I have if you would just let me go. Naru knelt next to Gato. With what? All your funds now belong to Waves and Fire Country. You sadly are flat broke, just like the people that you have robbed, killed and raped. Naru stood up. She turned to leave, however she turned and stopped just as the first few people have arrived. Remember Tazuna, if you kill him, that would make you no better than him. Naru closed the door just before the first few screams could be heard. Are you sure they won't just pain out kill him? Kakashi asked. Naru gave him a small smile. They can't. I placed several healing spells around the room that will heal him every 5 minutes. Naru, this isn't like you. Naru turned to Kakashi. What would you have me do, Kakashi? Naru said back. Those people in there deserved to have some revenge. Naru turned away from Kakashi and crossed her arms over her chest. Her head was down and tears have started to fall. Do you have any idea what it's like to suffer, to be thrown out into the streets? Naru started. To go hungry for days, looking for food? Naru was trying to hold back her tears. Kakashi didn't say anything. Do you know what it's like to go around having to fight for your life, day in and day out, never knowing when someone will get lucky and kill you? Kakashi had heard enough as he walked up to Naru and warped his arms around her in a hold. Kakashi in some form or other was like a big brother to the young girl. Naru turned around and started crying into the sliver-haired ninja's chest. Kakashi didn't say anything, he just held her as screams could be heard coming from the room from behind them. The days have turned into a week, and that week had lead into a month. The bridge was finally finished a little ahead of schedule thanks to Naru learning several more spells. One of those spells happened to have been a spell called Double. This spell was very useful, it was more like a clone jutsu from what Kakashi and Tsunade had said. However, Naru had told them the truth behind the spell. It's not really a clone spell. Naru said. Next to her was a young man that Kakashi had thought was a younger Minato. Well, go ahead, introduce yourself. Naru told the young man. The whiskered young man turned to Tsunade and Kakashi. But they already know me, he said, only to get hit in the head by the young blonde's fist. Just do you baka? The young looked at her, then at the two senseis. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and one day I'm going to become the next Hokage, believe it. Naru sighed, she then looked at the shocked look on Kakashi and Tsunade's face. You see, like my summoning spells, I summon different versions of myself. Naruto turned to Naru, you don't use jutsus? He asked. Naru shook her head. I can't. Naruto gave the young blonde a shocked look. Then how do you plan to become Hokage? Naru blinked. Who said I waited to become Hokage? The young girl asked. Anyways, it was thanks to Naruto and his shadow clones that Naru and her group was able to finish the bridge. Naruto had asked Naru about the Kyuubi that was within him, and Naru told him the truth about what happened in her world. The day came when Naru had to say goodbye to her sort of brother. The double spell is very random, I may never see you again. Naru said. You take care of Sakura-chan, and I'm sure that you will make a great Hokage one day. Naru hugged Naruto goodbye, maybe for the last time. Believe it, Naruto said before he vanished. Naru had a sad look on her face. Kakashi walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Tsunade also had a sad look on her face. She too had talked to the young man that was in some form or another was in fact also her grandson. Sakura stayed quiet as well, she had formed a small crush on the blonde, and Ino on the other hand didn't really understand what had happened. The day had come. Gato was dropped off at the place of the fire daimyo. The trail was fast and Gato was put to death. Naru was happy that the Fire Lord had understood what the fat little man had did to a country. Gato had died a very painful death. He had died the same way that Gato had Inari's father killed. Both arms had been cut off, then his legs, other body parts had followed, then he was beheaded, all the while making sure that Gato had suffered for his crimes. Naru and her team had been taking their time to get back. Tsunade had taken Naru to a few casinos and had made it big. Naru had also started to like gambling just as much as her grandmother, however unlike her grandmother Naru had better luck. All the while Kakashi had been training his team better. Sasuke was saddened to have learned that he may never be able to use the Sharingan, however he couldn't believe that to have been the truth. Somehow he was remembering jutsus, which he had never learned, as well as moves that had never been taught to him. Ino and Choji have been training together with Shikamaru and Sakura while Kakashi was working with Sasuke. When all the fun was done, Tsunade had started to train Naru better in her fighting style, a fighting style that her mother had mastered nearly 15 years ago. What do you mean it's not finished? Naru asked. Tsunade sighed. Your mother had been killed before she had the time to finish. Tsunade explained. She was after all pregnant with you and had to stop training for a while. Naru had blushed a little at that. Could you tell me more about my mother? Naru asked softly. Tsunade sighed and placed her hand on the young teen's shoulder. I can, and I should tell you. Tsunade said. However, I think it's best that I don't tell you her name just yet. Naru smiled at the older woman. 2 more days had come and gone and the Leaf Ninja had finally arrived back at Konoha. Just as Kakashi and Tsunade had walked in through the gates, they both saw a hawk in the sky. The two looked at each other, then at their students. They both nodded and dismissed the kids. Go home and rest for a while, both teams are to meet up again at Training Ground 7. Tsunade said. Naru and her friends smiled and took off unknown to the two senseis that they had planned to train some more. It's about that time of year. Kakashi said as both Tsunade and he had started walking to the Hokage tower. Do you think they're ready? Tsunade looked at him and smiled. After what happened in Waves, yeah, I believe they're ready. Whether anyone knew it or not, The teams that have made up what would soon be known as the Rookie Nine were still close friends. This was because of one little blonde that had refused to give up when she had found out that she couldn't use chakra. Right now the three teams were in a free-for-all ball, or as some had called it, sparring. The only rules to this were that no one was allowed to use a jutsu. Otherwise it was a free-for-all. Almost everyone would go after Naru, who many have that was the weakest of the bunch. All but say her team, or Kakashi's. Okay, stop, Naru yelled, causing the others to stop. Naru explained a few things that everyone had to work on, rather it be teamwork, which she gave Sasuke a look, or to work on their own person fighting style. It would be another few hours before the teams would catch a break, that being their senseis finding them in one spot. What do you guys want? Naru asked. Like the others she was sitting down under a tree drinking some water. Tsunade crossed her arms and glared at Naru, Shikamaru and Sakura. I thought I told you to go home and get some rest. She said. She was looking at Naru when she said that. The young redhead just crossed her arms and gave her sensei a huff. Be that as it may, I am glad to see that the team is practicing so well together. Asuma said. He had never seen anything like it before. Naru was acting like a team captain and pointing out their flaws. It's Naru's fault, Choji said with a smile. She thought it was a good idea if the teams got together once in a while to train together. Kakashi was nodding his head. That's not a bad idea. He held up his hand. What was in his hand though had his team looking at him. As a reward for doing so well, I have entered you into the Chunin exams. His team looked at him and then blinked. Asuma also held his hand with papers in it. You guys' hand improved so much I figured why not? Tsunade saw the look on Naru's face. What wrong Gaki? She asked her. Naru looked up at her sensei. It's nothing, just thinking about things. Naru said. However Tsunade could see though the lie. 3 sheets of paper were dropped into the young teen's lap. If you want to move up in rank the 3 of you must be at room 301 by 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. They all nodded and had gotten up to leave. Naru however stayed behind. She had her head down as she looked at her paper. What's up kid? Asuma asked. Naru smiled at him as she looked up but everyone knew that the smile was a fake. I'm not a ninja, but if I don't enter the exams, then I would be holding Sakura and Shikamaru back. Tsunade placed her hand on her granddaughter's shoulder. Since when have you ever turned down a challenge? She asked. Naru, look at this as a way for you to test your skills. Naru looked at her sensei. Then the young teen nodded and turned to go home. Do you think she'll hold back? Kakashi asked. Tsunade turned to look at the masked man. She has too. Even Kushina had to take the exams to test her soul. Kakashi nodded, remembering when the red-haired woman was showing signs of darkness in her heart. However Kushina was able to overcome that darkness. The next day, Naru and the rest of her team have arrived, a little early than what was expected. Naru yawned as she saw Sakura and Shikamaru. The 3 of them nodded and made their way inside. It wasn't long before that had gotten to room 301, however seeing as no one was there yet they had picked out a seat and sat down waiting. Shikamaru had started going over some plans with his team as more people have started to walk in. One team though had caught Naru's eyes. Hey, it's that last year Team 9? Naru asked. Hey, Neji. Naru yelled out. Still an ass? Said young man looked at the young blonde, seeing as her hair had once again changed colors. I see fate has favored you to enter the exam. The Hyuga said. However should we meet in the field you will lose. Naru scrunched up her nose. Shikamaru looked at his teammate. Can she get any cuter with that look? He thought. Yep, still an ass. Naru said. Funny though, your fate was right about something though. Naru said. She had put up air quotes when she had said fate, then looked at Neji. I was never fated to become a ninja. Hours have once again passed and a few more teams have arrived. Among them were Team Kakashi and Team Asuma. Hey, looks like the rookies are all here. Kiba said. Hinata Hyuga looked at Sasuke and blushed. Hello Sasuke, she said. Sasuke just nodded at her. He didn't like the idea of being engaged to that weakling, however he would be nice to her until he can find a way to break the engagement. After talking for a few minutes a young man about 17 had walked up to them. As he was talking Naru couldn't help but hear all the lies that the man was talking about. Then the worst part had happened. Naru's telepathy, which has been quite since after the graduation, had started to acted up again. Naru held her head as something came to her. So that's the young Uzumaki and Uchiha that Master Orochimaru have been keeping his eyes on. Naru looked at the young man who had called himself Kabuto. Something wasn't right about him and the fact that he had called Orochimaru his master, which alone set up her alarms. However, before she could voice her thoughts, a man in black clothing had walked in. "Take a seat and shut up," he said. And so the first test of the Chunin exams have started. The rules were pretty easy to understand from what Naru could hear. Of course the guy in black, Ibiki as the guy was called, had to be the biggest jerk around. Being able to tell if someone was telling a lie or not, Naru was able to tell that there was something more than what the head of the T and I was telling. After the test had started though, Naru felt rather than saw people had started cheating. Naru gave a soft sigh. She looked down at her test. It would be so easy to just answer the questions, however she had a feeling that she was being tested more than the others. Just before she could cast a spell though, the tiny hairs on the back of her neck raised. Someone was using sorcery. Looking around, Naru had stopped a young red-haired teen looking at her. Naru blinked. The young redhead was wearing an Uzumaki pendant. Naru's eyes widened. She then turned around to face the front, and then she had taken a quick look once more. "No, it can't be. I was told that the clan was destroyed," Naru thought as she turned around. Ibiki had looked at Naru. He knew that she was done, so he didn't say anything to her. However, it was the look she was giving to another red-haired teen. Ibiki learned into one of his men and told him to take a report to the Hokage. The clan was destroyed. A voice had entered Naru's mind. "How is it that there is other Uzumaki when my family is supposed to be the last?" Naru blinked and held her head. Naru had written down her answers instead of using her sorcery. "My mother was from Whirlpool, but I don't know much about her," Naru had thought to the older teen. "Who was your mother?" the redhead had asked. Naru shook her head. "I don't know. All I know of her is that she was very powerful and that her name started with a K," Naru said back. The older teen nodded. "Then I wish you luck in the exams." That was the last message Naru had gotten before the time was up and everyone had placed their pencils down. There was some more bullshit before Ibiki had talked about what it means about being a Chunin. Naru had taken one look at the older man's scars. Before anything more could be said, a ball of something had smashed its way into the room. Naru was up and on her feet before anyone could ask what had happened. Naru relaxed when Naru had seen what, or rather than who it was. "Okay, listen up, I'm Anko and I'll be giving you the next part of the test, so get your sorry asses up and follow me." Anko stopped for a few seconds and frowned. She then turned to Ibiki. "You're getting soft, old man." Ibiki just shrugged his shoulders. "Doesn't matter, I guess." Training Grounds 44, a few minutes later. If there was one thing that Naru hated, it was the fact that she had to stand around listening to Junin talking about rules. She wanted to get the tests done and over with so she can go back to learning more about her family and her sorcery. There was a spell she has yet to master, and if she can master it before the finals she was beyond happy. Naru listened to Anko as she told the others what they had to do. "Capture the flag, my ass," Naru thought. Naru had looked around at all the people that had made it to the second part. Her eyes once more landed on the older red-haired teen. Like Naru, she too looked bored. Naru kept looking around until her warning senses had started to go haywired. It started when she had looked at an older woman from grass country. There was just something about her that screamed dangerous. Forms were passed out and Naru had filled hers in. Once that was done, Naru had asked Sakura to turn them in. Once she came back, Naru had knelt to the ground and placed her hand about an inch above it. "Scan," Naru said. This had sent a pause of mana into the ground like sonar. It would send a wave of magical energy to the people around her and then bounce it back. "So?" Shikamaru asked. Naru looked up after she had gotten the information that she was looking for. "The team from Rain has the scroll we're looking for," Naru said. The team gathered together and had made a plan of attack. Once that was done, they had made their way to get number 7, which was all well and good since the team thereafter is at number 6. "Well, that was easy," Shikamaru said as he had put the scroll away. "Now what do we do?" he had asked Naru, who had looked at him. Then she had grabbed her head in pain. "Guys, Ino's in trouble," Naru said. Ino was she knew that the person before her wasn't a genin. No, she was too powerful to be a beginner ninja. "Who are you?" Ino asked as she had blocked a punch. Sadly, the force of the punch had sent Ino into a tree. "I'm not here for you, girl," the grass nin said. She looked at Sasuke and smiled. You, however, she slowly made her way to the young Uchiha. You have caught my eye. The woman smiled, but then she had stepped to the side as Naru come sailing by her. The young Uzumaki was crouched low. I don't know who the hell you are, but leave my sister alone. Naru had yelled. The woman looked at the young sorceress. She couldn't help but smile. So you're the new witch of Konoha. Naru growled. Oh come now, you are much too cute to give me that look. Then how about I rearrange your face? Naru had called out and ran at the older woman. Naru had thrown her punch which had sent the older woman flying into a tree. Naru wasn't fooled, she was allowed to hit the grass nin. Now Naru was certain that she wasn't who she claimed to be. Very good, you hit just like your mother and grandmother. The grass nin had said as she walked back to where Naru and the others stood. Then again, you probably got your strength from Tsunade. Naru gave the ninja a look. The ninja laughed and had pulled off the ruined face that he had used. She was always way too troublesome. Naru was in shock. This freak had just told her that Tsunade was her grandmother. What made things worse was the fact that he wasn't lying. What he had said was the truth. Oops, I don't think I was supposed to have told you that. The guy said with a smile. Naru now knew who this guy was. Orochimaru, Konoha's most wanted. Naru said. She had her eyes on him. Orochimaru in turn had his eyes on Sasuke. Forget it. Sasuke had lost the ability to use the Sharingan. Sasuke had growled at the young teen. Orochimaru looked at Naru and gave her a small smile. Oh, but I know a way to fix that problem. Naru whispered haste as Orochimaru hand gone though some hand signs. Just as Orochimaru neck had stretched out, Naru was on the move. Faster than anyone had expected, Naru had pushed Sasuke out of the way and had blocked Orochimaru bit with her forearm. Naru had screamed out in pain as she held her arm. Damn you! Orochimaru had yelled. He didn't have enough chakra to try another curse seal as of yet. Naru had fallen to her knees and was panting pretty hard. As she looked up at the snake Sennin, she had a grin on her face. That grin was just enough to tell Orochimaru that she had planned this out long after she had figured out who he was. You planned this, didn't you? He asked. Naru's breathing was getting harder. I had to, Naru said. I had studied the curse seal on Anko a few times, trying to come up with a cure, thanks to you. Naru gave him a smile. I now have one. Orochimaru was not happy. It had taken him years to make sure that the curse seal was what it was, and in the matter of a few seconds this child, who came out of nowhere, had found a cure in the matter of seconds. He should just kill her before she can cure Anko. However, what Naru did next shocked the hell out him. Flare arrow. Naru's hand had started growing, and when she shot her hand forward, a beam from red-hot fire had shot out of the back of her hand, hitting the Sannin in the chest. Now Orochimaru was good at avoiding hits, but the move had happened so fast that he didn't see what had hit him. Naru was still standing, but she was holding her left arm, the same arm that had his curse seal on it. How the hell are you still standing? Naru smiled. She placed her right hand on the seal. Isuna. Orochimaru had looked at Naru's arm, only to get the shock of his life. The seal was gone, and Naru was now breathing normally. Seeing as I'm out of time, I'll have to deal with you later. Orochimaru said as he was sinking into the ground. Naru watched him leave. She waited a few more minutes before Naru fell to her knees, Ino and Sakura were at her side, before she could hit the ground fully. She's bleeding, Sakura said in alarm. Ino looked back and saw the red spot on Naru's shirt. The girls looked at the boys, who blushed and turned away to give Naru some privacy. The girls made quick work to Naru's back, making sure that the bleeding had stopped before Sakura tries to heal the wound. It's been a while since this had happened, Ino said as she wrapped the bandages. Sakura nodded. But never this badly. Sakura finished. Not too far from the girls, Orochimaru was watching them. Next to him was Kabuto. At least she still has that curse, the silver-haired young man said. Orochimaru didn't say anything. Keep an eye on that girl. She could be very useful in the future, Orochimaru said. A day has passed since Naru and her team had confronted Orochimaru. While Naru was still weak, she had enough strength to help Sakura and her team to get a scroll. Not far from where the team had rested the night before, a team of genin from Iwa was found dead. Their scroll was one of the scrolls that Sakura and her team needed. Now the two teams were heading to the tower, both tired and wanted a nice soft bed before the third exam was to take place. Ino had looked over at Naru and she could see that the young teen was tired. having to use her spells and fight with one of the legendary three and make it out alive. Naru on the other hand wanted answers, and she wanted them now. She could easily teleport to the Hokage tower, however if she did, Naru and her team would have to forfeit the exams. As much as she wanted to give her team a chance. The tower came into view and Naru all but ran to the doors. The two teams walked in and upon seeing the message they opened their scrolls. Both Kakashi and Tsunade looked at their teams and smiled. Tsunade took one look and knew something was wrong though. You have a lot to explain for grandmother, Naru said as she crossed her arms. Tsunade and Naru had made their way to an empty room and had sat down on some beds. Who are my mother and father? Naru said. No more secret, I want answers. Tsunade shook her head. You have to understand Naru, we're not saying who they are just yet, and I can however tell you that both your mother and father have passed away. Naru understood that part. Your profile never said anything about a child, Wei? Tsunade had taken a sadder look on her face. I had gotten pregnant during the Second Great Ninja War. Tsunade said as she stood up. Only 3 people knew that I was with child. Naru gave her an angry look. I figured grandfather Hokage is one and Orochimaru is the other. Who's the last one? Tsunade sighed. Jiraiya, your grandfather. Naru blinked. Tsunade smiled. That was when Naru saw the look in her eyes. No one knew it but Tsunade in her own way loved the legendary pervert. So what happened? Tsunade sighed. She had never told anyone this before, but to tell Naru when she had never told Shizune. Jiraiya and I were young when the war had broken out. Like many teenagers at the time we had gotten afraid. Jiraiya and I weren't the closest of friends, but he was always there. Naru nodded. One night we had gotten drunk and well you know. Naru sighed. I had never told Jiraiya that the child that he had grown so close to was his son. Naru blinked. There were only 2 people that Jiraiya had ever grown close to. Oh shit, Naru stated. But how is he my father? Naru asked. Well, he fell in love with this beautiful red-haired tomboy. Naru blinked. She came from what is now known as the ruins of Whirlpool. Naru didn't understand there had been many people from Whirlpool that had come to stay in Konoha. It was a known fact. Tsunade looked at Naru as she was in deep thought. She must have been in shock to have found out that the 4th Hokage was her father, a man that Naru had respected. It had made her wonder what she would think if she had told her about her mother. So why keep this all a secret? Naru had finally asked. Tsunade looked at Naru. Mostly to protect you, she said. Iwa is a very dangerous place, and they have been looking for an excuse to attack Konoha, and I do mean any. Tsunade stood up and walked to one of the windows. Iwa hated your father because of his part in the war. I'm sure you heard the legends that had spread around him. Naru nodded a few times. What you don't know is that Minato had sorcery in his blood. Like me, he could only use one spell. That spell is haste. Naru smiled. So Minato Namikaze had used haste, something that everyone had thought was a space-time jutsu. Because of that spell, Minato had gained so many enemies, both inside and outside of Konoha. Naru sat back in the bed. It made sense though. Minato, his wife, Jiraiya and our sensei, the third had agreed that if anything should ever happen to him and his wife that we would raise you the best we could. At this point Tsunade looked down. I had left the village 2 years before you were born. Before that I was engaged to a wonderful man. He had died during a battle at the border. Naru nodded her head in understanding. I didn't even know about you until I had gotten a letter from sensei. Tsunade sighed. As for why Jiraiya had never taken care of you, well that could because he runs a spy network. He was probably too busy to take care of you like he had promised. Naru had crossed her arms, and then she had thought about the only other person that had made the promise. So out of the 3 of you, Grandfather Hokage was the only one to take care of me. Now it all made sense to her, why he would ask her over for dinner, how he would let her play and baby-sit little Konohamaru. Yes, he sees you as his granddaughter. Tsunade said sitting next to her. He had been watching you and although he couldn't always be there, he had tried his best to make sure that you were kept safe. Naru crossed her arms. She had always known that Hiruzen cared a great deal about her. However, there was a part of her that told her he only did it because of a promise. I understand, Naru said after a few minutes. I'm not going to tell anyone that I'm the daughter of the 4th, or that I'm your granddaughter, but there is one more question that I would like to know. Tsunade looked at her. Did Dad know that you and his sensei were his parents? Tsunade shook her head. No, but I do suspect that in his heart he had known. After all, he did get my smarts from me. Tsunade said with a smile. You on the other hand got your leadership skills from both parents. Naru blinked, and so Tsunade, for the first time since she had come to know her granddaughter, had talked about the young teen's parents. 3 more days have passed. By the end of the 5th day, more teams than had was though possible have passed the second part of the exams. 5 teams from Konoha had stood tall and proud. The one team from Suna just stood there looking bored. The one team that had Naru on edge though was the team from Iwa, namely the older red-haired teen with glasses. She had kept looking at Naru, and the tiny hairs on the back of Naru's head were standing on edge. Hiruzen had given his speech about the real reason for the exams. Things have picked some more as a young man in his early 20s had knelt before Hiruzen and had asked to take over. With a nodded, Hayate Gecko had taken over for the exams. I'm sorry to say this, but there is too many of you for the 3rd round. The young man said. I need to do preliminary rounds before we do the 3rd test. Naru growled. If there is anyone here who wish to leave, you may do so, seeing as from here on out it will be one-on-one. Naru wanted to leave. There was no way that she could go any higher than what she already was. Naru and her team had watched Kabuto leave his team and then the room. Naru had crossed her arms. Is there anyone else? Hayate asked. Naru was about to raise her hand when she heard that voice again. Don't leave. I like to see Konoha's sorceress in action. Naru stayed behind with the others. First round. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akudo. There wasn't really much to this fight. Sasuke, thanks to his speed, was able to win the fight without much of a fuss. Unknown to the other teams though, Naru had cast haste to help him with his speed. It wasn't much and would only last for a few seconds. Sasuke had won the match when he had kicked Yoroi into the air. Flipping into the air once more, Sasuke had kicked Yoroi to the ground. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate had yelled out. This caused a few people to cheer. Naru nodded at Sasuke and then looked up at the board that would tell them who was going to fight who. Good job, duck butt, Naru said. Sasuke frowned at her. Second round. Shino Aburame vs Zaku Abumi. This match was nothing like the first match. Shino had used his bugs to block the air holes that were in Zaku's hands. The young man didn't listen to Shino when he had told him that the match was over. As a result, Zaku had blown off his right hand and had badly damaged his other arm. Winner. Shino Aburame. Hayate announced. Naru had crossed her arms as the bug user walked past her. That whole match bugged me. Naru had said. Shino looked at her. You need to work on your taijutsu more, Shino. Shino nodded his head and left to sit with his team. Round 3. Iwa vs Iwa. For some unknown reason, when the match had started, the two had started to beat each other up. The red-haired teen watched as the match was called a draw due to the two of them killing each other. This match is a draw. Someone get the medics down here. Hayate yelled out. The medics came, but it was too late to save their lives. The red-haired teen just shrugged her shoulders. Round 4. Sakura Haruno vs Tamari of the Sand. This match took longer than any of the other matches that had taken place. Before Sakura had gone to fight the blonde ninja from Suna, Naru had taken Sakura to the side and had cast several spells that would help the young woman to fight. If anyone had any problems with Naru helping out her fellow teammate, no one said anything. Naru had cast haste, much like she had done for Sasuke. She then had cast Protect, a spell she learned a few days again. The last spell she had cast was a spell called Might. This spell gives Sakura greater strength. They are only temporary, so be careful, but take her out fast. Naru said. Sakura nodded. Her taijutsu was the best, but she was still in the top 5 of their group. The match had started and Sakura was at Tamari's side before the blonde had a chance to attack. The kick that Sakura had thrown set Tamari hard into the wall. The blonde had gotten up and looked at the pink-haired teen. Opening her fan, Tamari had sent a wave of cutting wind at Sakura. Sakura had crossed her arms to block the attack. Tamari was shocked when she saw that Sakura didn't end up with more serious wounds. Now that Tamari had thought about it, that girl can really pack a punch. The blonde didn't have any more time to think about what was happening as Sakura was once again on her and had started punching her in the ribs and stomach. With a spin kick to the head, Tamari was sent flying once more into the wall. Tamari of the Sand is unable to continue. Winner. Sakura Haruno. Naru smiled as her teammate walked up the stair and gave the young teen a head. Thank you Naru, Sakura said. We're friends and teammates anytime, but you have to fight on your own in the final round. Sakura nodded. Round 5. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. If there was ever anything that you should never do to make Naru mad, it had to be beating up on her friends. You see, to Naru her friends is more like family to her. She care about each and every one of them, so when Naru had watched Hinata's fight with Neji it had pissed her off. Neji by far was the better fighter of the two of them, but what had pissed Naru off was the fact that Neji was saying things like, "You're so weak that you have to have Naru protect you." And what made Naru want to throw fireballs at him was, "You will never amount to anything, you were born a loser and you will die a loser. Hinata, kick his ass," Naru had yelled out. "Show him that you're stronger than he is." Sadly Hinata had lost the match and almost her life when Neji made a fatal move to Hinata's heart. Naru had jumped down and punched Neji hard, sending the young man flying into the wall. Naru had to move fast, or she could lose her friend. Naru's hands were already glowing when she had gotten to Hinata, pushing a medic out of the way. "Hang in there Hinata," Naru said. Hinata had opened her eyes and gave Naru a smile, before she had passed out. Naru did what she could and let the medics handle it from there. Naru stood up and looked at Neji and he looked at her. "Pray that we will never meet in the finals," Naru said as she passed him. "If you do, I'll destroy you." Round 6. Konkaru of the Sand vs Rock Lee. This match was by far the shortest in the history of the Chunin exams. Konkaru had lost his match after Rock Lee, a ninja who couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu at all. But somehow Rock was able to beat the puppet master with just pure speed. Naru was already coming up with plans to stop and even slow Rock down. Round 7. Ino Yamanka vs Tenten. This match was also another easy win. Ino had used her family jutsu which Tenten had known nothing about. Of course she had heard of the Yamanakas but she had never met one. In the end Ino was able to take over the weapons master's mind and force her to quiet. Round 8. Shikamaru Nara vs Kin Tsuchi. Stop being a lazy ass and start fighting already. Naru had yelled out she was getting impatient that she haven't really had a match yet. Now her last remaining teammate was out there doing nothing but dodging attack after attack. When Shikamaru had finally attacked it was because he had used his shadow jutsu and had Kin mimic his movement. Thus being she had knocked herself out by making her hit her own head. Round 9. Kiba Inuzuka vs Choji Akamichi. There wasn't really much to this fight. Even though it had looked like Choji was going to win, Kiba had done something that was a little underhanded of him. As Choji passed Kiba who had jumped to the side, Kiba hand grabbed a bag of chips from his pouch. "Hey Choji, forfeit the match and I'll give you this bag of Doritos." Choji looked at the bag of chips, and then his stomach had started to growl, reminding him that he had not had anything to eat since he had gotten here. Choji nodded his head. "I forfeit the match," the young man said. "What?" Naru yelled at her friends. Truth was she didn't want her friends to fight but that was a low blow from Kiba, even if he was a ninja. "Get back there and fight you two, you are not quieting just because you're hungry." Hayate's sweat dropped as he looked at the two. With a sigh he had called out, "Winner, Kiba Inuzuka." Naru had growled at him and glared at Kiba and Choji. "Give me that," Naru said as she took the bag of chips from Choji. "Hey, Naru." Naru glared at him before she had taken a few of the chips and handed the bag back to Choji. She may be mad at her friends but she wasn't going to let one of them go hungry just because he had forfeited a fight. "Next time you fight until the end or I'll take the whole bag," Naru had warned him. Round 10. Dosu Kinuta vs Karen Uzumaki. "Say what?" Naru had yelled out when she had seen the last name of the red-haired teen that had been talking to her. Karen was tall as well as beautiful. She wore black-rimmed glasses and had her red hair cut short. Naru could also see the whirlpool symbol. The crest of the Uzumaki clan was worn around her neck like a pendant. Karen looked up and smiled at Naru. "I told you to stick around," she said as she looked at Dosu. "You're the asshole that tried to grope a feel," she said. Dosu just shrugged. "You have nothing to grope anyways." That would be the last thing he would ever say. Round 10, start. Hayate had yelled out as he jumped out of the way. Karen wasted no time in attacking, kicking Dosu up into the air. She looked at Naru for a second before she had yelled out, "Freeze bullet." Ice had shot out of her hands hitting Dosu and turning him into a human icicle. When Dosu body hit the ground it shattered, killing the young man instantly, leaving a body parts all over the floor. Flawless victory, Karen said as she looked at Naru. Your next imposter, Karen said as she made her way to her sensei. Naru couldn't believe what she had just seen. Karen had just killed someone in cold blood. How could she? To make matters worse, she was next on the hit list. Final round, Naru Uzumaki vs Gaara of the Sand. The two had looked at each other and Naru knew she was in for a rough fight. Naru wasn't sure, but she had a feeling that he was more than what he had seemed. Any number of her spells could work against him, but until she saw firsthand what Gaara could do, she had to use her mind and think up as many plans as she could. Gaara for his part was watching Naru like a hawk. There was something about her that his mother didn't like and she was screaming for her death. Now it was up to him to hold a place in the finals. If he didn't win this match, things can go bad for the plan real fast. In the shadows Orochimaru was watching the fights. He watched as his plans had started to go downhill as he watched Konoha win one fight after another. He looked at the last remaining Suna team member. He had better win, because if he didn't, well, it doesn't really matter, he had a backup plan. Hayate looked at the two teens. He could feel the evil coming in waves from Gaara, but when he looks at Naru, he couldn't help but have a calming feeling that she was putting out. Final round, Naru Uzumaki vs Gaara of Suna. He looked at the two fighters. He hopes that Naru would come out of this as the winner. Begin, the young man yelled out and jumped out of the way. Naru moved in fast for an attack using nothing but taijutsu to start things off. It would have been a good plan if Gaara-san wasn't blocking her every move. Naru jumped back and took out something small and black. Naru looked up and yelled out, "Fire in the hole," before she had thrown the small black balls at Gaara. What no one expected was that the balls gave off a loud explosion, causing that sand around Gaara to turn into glass. Naru was on the move once again. Muttering something under her breath, Naru had cast a spell just as she felt something run up her legs. "Naru, look out," Kiba had yelled out to her. "Don't let the sand touch you." Naru tried jumping out of the way. It didn't do so good. The sand was crawling up her body fast. "Time to die," Gaara said just as Naru was now completely covered in sand. "Sand coffin," Gaara said, closing his open hand. This caused the sand to crush the young teen in his sand. Oh, so he had thought so. As the sand started to fall, everyone could see that Naru was perfectly safe and unharmed. "What?" Gaara had yelled out. "Do you have any idea how hard it's to get sand out of my hair?" Naru yelled out at Gaara when the sand had finished falling. "That's it. No more Miss Nice Girl." Naru raised her hand and something started to surround it. Water dragon. The back of Naru's hand had glowed a soft blue before a dragon made purely out of water attacked Gaara, knocking him into the wall. Naru wasted no time and was on top of Gaara before the young man had a chance to counter her attack. As she was punching, the sand ninja Kitsuna had started to tell her something about the young man she was pounding into the floor. "Naru, he holds Shukaku, don't let him fall asleep, or we'll be in big trouble." Naru nodded her head. She needs to find a way to stop Gaara without waking the demon inside him. Once more several spells came to mind as she had backed off of Gaara. Wasting no time, she grabbed onto the redhead's forehead and yelled out, "Silence." Gaara's eyes widened when Naru had yelled that out. He couldn't hear the voice of who he had thought was his mother. Inside the seal Shukaku's eyes widened as the spell hit him hard. Naru's eyes glowed for a second before she had called out another spell. The spell she had called out had Orochimaru turning around and walking away. He knew that the young sorceress had just ruined his plans for attack Konoha with Suna. Now he had to think up another plan, and soon. Isuna. Naru called out. This spell had the same effort on Shukaku as it did in the curse cell. Inside Gaara's seal, Shukaku watched as the evil that had been controlling for so long had left his body, turning the once one-tailed demon back into what he was before that evil had turned him. Transforming into his true form, that of a tanuki, and started to use his powers to start and heal the young man of the damage that he has caused. He also worked on restoring the memories that the case cage had blocked or changed, the biggest change being his uncle and what really happened to his mother. Naru stood up, breathing hard as she watched Gaara fall to the ground. She had a strong feeling that what she did had just helped Gaara with a better life. The young man looked at the young sorceress and smiled, before he closed his eyes for the first time in his young life. Winner. Naru Uzumaki. Hayate had called out. The rookie 9 cheered loudly as Naru looked up and smiled at her friends. All but 2 had made it to the finals of the exams. Her glare, however, had landed on Neji. She promised him deep pain for what she had done to her friend. Suna had jumped down and picked up Gaara. The blonde-haired teen Tamari looked at Naru. "What did you do?" Tamari asked. Naru looked at her and started to explain what she did. "I cured him of his demon," was all she said. Shortly after Hiruzen explained how the third part of the exams is to take place, Naru and the rest of the Rookie 9 stood tall. Truth is, if Naru hadn't helped them in their training, they may not have been here. As they started to take out a piece of paper and tell them their numbers, Naru couldn't help but have a bad feeling about this. Naru had growled when she saw the matches. Match 1. Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno. Match 2. Shikamaru Nara vs Shino Aburame. Match 3. Rock Lee vs Sasuke Uchiha. Match 4. Kiba Inuzuka vs Karen Uzumaki. Match 5. Naru Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Naru was glaring at 2 people. One was Neji and the other was Karen. "Don't you dare kill my friend." Naru had warned her, though her telepathy. Karen yawned and looked at Naru. "I only want you. I don't know how you have these powers, but you're no Uzumaki," Karen told her. Naru watched as she left the area. Naru had 1 month to master as many spells as she can. That wouldn't be that hard. She had already set something up that may help her. Now she just hoped that the message that was sent to Jiraiya, her grandfather, got to him on time. There have been many things that can shock people. Then there are the things that can make a person cry in joy. The news that Naru was given had her going. "Huh?" the young blonde asked as she tilted her head to the side. Sitting in a chair across from her were the Yamankas, Ino's family. "I'm sorry, Naru," Ino said, looking down. "I asked Dad and Mom to adopt you because I was tired of how you were being treated," Ino said. "Of course this was before I let it that your sensei was also your grandmother." Naru sighed and gave Ino a smile. "Ino, that's not why I'm confused," the young sorceress said. "I'm confused because you're crying." Ino looked up and her best friend, and her new sister. "Grandmother had her chance to raise me," Naru said. The Yamanakas could see the sad look on her face though. Ino rubbed Naru's back trying to calm her down. "Anyways, I hear that you're planning on a month-long training trip with Jiraiya," Kara Yamanaka said. Naru looked up at her and nodded. "Where will you go?" Naru gave her a soft smile. "Whirlpool," was the only thing Naru said. "It's the home of the Uzumaki clan and according Mom's journals." The young sorceress sighed. She also goes on to say that there are still powerful scrolls hidden away there. Ino and her family looked at Naru. "Scrolls, which she says will help me." Naru was about to say some more, however there was a knock at the door. Kara excused herself, only to have come back a few seconds later. "Naru, this is for you," she said as she handed a letter to Naru. Naru blinked as she saw the crest of the Uchiha clan. Opening the letter, Naru once again blinked. "It's a request from Sasuke's mother," the young sorceress said. "All it says is please come alone, tomorrow night at her hospital room." Kara and Inochi looked at one another, having a pretty good idea what it was about. Makoto Uchiha watched as her eldest son was looking out the window. "What are you thinking about?" she asked softly. Know that he was probably thinking about what she had just told him a few minutes ago. Itachi didn't really say anything as he had turned and started staring out the window. "I think it's a bad idea," Itachi said. "She is 5 years younger than I am. I don't think it will really work." Makoto smiled. Oh, she knew that Itachi liked the young sorceress. She had known that from this first day that her eldest had met the young girl. However, it's the difference in age that had prevented him from seeking her out as a possible girlfriend. It also helped that Naru had a crush on Itachi. This could go either way. "She'll have until she turns 16 to make up her mind," Makoto said. "After all, it's not really written. Kushina and I thought it would be sweet if our oldest have gotten married." Itachi turned around and looked at her. "Kushina was my sister in all but blood. A married would have brought us closer." At the mention of her late friend, Makoto started crying. Itachi walked over and sat on her bed and started to hug her. "I'll honor the pact, but Naru will have to decide if this is what she really wants," Itachi said. "It's almost like what I did for the arrangement between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan." Makoto looked up. "The clans should be united to sever and protect Konoha as one, not fight among ourselves." Makoto nodded. Who did the Hyuga pick? She asked. Itachi stood back up and looked out the window again. He is Shiza's eldest, Hinata. That had surprised Makoto. Then again Itachi had that look on his face again. She considered to be the weakest among the main branch of the clan. Makoto frowned at that. She's more like her mother and doesn't want to hurt anyone. However, I found that she is a good choice as Sasuke's wife. She has a good heart, is smart, she's stronger than most people give her credit for, and… At this point Makoto was wondering if Itachi was talking about Hinata or Naru. She a good match for Sasuke and the clan. He was thinking about Nar, damn you Fugaku. Makoto thought, Mother, you do realize that if I marry Naru, I will no longer be an Uchiha. Makoto nodded. Yes dear, I do. Makoto said. However, one of the things that Kushina and I have talked about is that if any child that you and Naru have. She could see the blush on Itachi's face ever if he is trying to hide it. That child will have a different family name depending if the child will have chakra or mana. Itachi looked at her. While it's true that the Uzumaki clan did have non-mana users, Kushina felt that the clan needed to be restarted, so until the clan is back in high numbers again, those that are able to use mana will take the name Uzumaki, or the family name of the husband, wife family name if that child has chakra or not. Makoto explained. She saw the look on Itachi's face. Naru will not do that to any of her children. It would be like the Hyugas and their branch family. Makoto nodded. She had told Kushina that same thing herself. Kushina agreed, but she could still dream. The night for the two ended as Itachi left so he could do his job as an Anbu captain. As he left the room he saw Naru making her rounds. Naru and her teammates have been working at the hospital as part of their training. Granted, they should be training to improve their skills for the finals. Sighing, he walked up to the young medic and tapped her shoulder as she was looking over some charts. Just a minute, Naru said. She closed the file and started blushing. Cute, Itachi thought. Shouldn't you be getting ready for the finals? He asked. Naru smiled and nodded. This is my last night before my senseis and I leave the village for a training trip. Itachi tilted his head. You're leaving the village? He asked. Naru again nodded. My spells are too dangerous for me to practice with them inside the village. Sensei Tsunade and Sensei Jiraiya are going to take me somewhere safe. That much to Itachi's surprise had him both glad and saddened at the same time. He wasn't sure as to why he was sad. Maybe it had something to do with him not seeing the young woman before him. I was, hoping that you would come with him, Naru said with a little blush. Itachi looked at her. Well, it's so that you could train me in Kenjutsu. This caused Itachi to blink. However, before he could say anything though, as several people ran past them as they both could hear yelling from the main hallway. I had to go, but I'll talk to you later, Itachi, Naru said as she ran off. Itachi watched as she ran off. He couldn't help but think. She has a cute butt. After slapping himself in the head for that thought, he couldn't really stop thinking about her request. Better talk to the Hokage about that. See if I can take the month off to help train her. Wonder if the rest of her team is going? After that thought, Itachi left to go see what had happened. In the hallway, bleeding out on the floor, was none other than Hayate Gecko, a close friend to Itachi. After kneeling next to the older man, Itachi asked, what happened? Naru was on the other side of him, trying her hardest to heal the young man, but something was blocking her healing powers. He was healing, but at a very slow pace. Hayate weakly looked at Itachi. Message, must get, Hokage. Hayate told him weakly. Itachi looked up. Did anyone see what happened? He asked. A nurse walked up to him. He came in by himself. We were about to take him to an operating room when that little monster over there told us not to move him. She said monster while pointing to Naru, who in turn glared at her. I need someone to get the Hokage. Naru said. I have him stable, but there is something blocking my healing powers. Naru closed her eyes and with her hands still over Hayate's heart she had poured more of her healing powers into him. Kuraga. Naruto yelled out. As the healing spell starts work, Itachi had ordered a nearby ninja to go and get the Hokage, but to make sure that Yugo Azuki doesn't know what happened. Damn it, Naru cursed. I'm losing him. Someone get over here and start using your healing jutsu. Naru yelled out. Several people ran to Naru's side and started to use their jutsu to try and heal the young man. We need to move him. Someone yelled at Naru. Shut up, he's losing too much blood, and he'll lose more if we move him. Naru yelled back. We can't risk his life any more than we are. Otherwise I could use a more powerful heal spell. Naru thought. Several people watch as Naru and several doctors work on the young man. Naru was right. Something was blocking the healing abilities. Just before Naru decided to cast a stronger healing spell, Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in with several people. One of them had purple-colored hair. Kneeling next to the dying young man, Hiruzen asked him why he was called. Orochimaru, is PLA. Cough. Planning to attack. Chunin, exam? Naru didn't have time to wait. I'm sorry grandfather, but this can't wait. The glowing around Naru's hands changed from a soft green to a blinding white color. Oh, blessed and humble hand of God, life and breath of Mother Earth, come before me and show your great compassion and deliver us. Recovery. The spell caused Hayate to jump a little bit off the ground. The spell seemed to have started to work until the wound reopened and Hayate started to bleed even more. Naru had a look of shock on her face. This could mean one of two things to the young teen. 1. Hayate had died after he gave his message, or Naru started crying. She didn't want to think about it, but the risk of the spell was high. Which spells? Naru cried out another heal spell. Kuraja. The spell seemed to be working, however Hayate was still pale and was hardly breathing. After the wound was healed, everyone healed their breaths. Hayate wasn't breathing, and upon checking for a pulse he had none. Naru had started CPR the moment she felt Hayate's heart stop. After about 2 minutes and there was no change, Naru got up and turned to run. She ran right into Itachi and started to pull away from him, only for Itachi to wrap his arms around her and held her as Naru started crying. Itachi for his part could believe what he was doing. He had never done this before. He lost too much blood. One of the doctors said, "You kept us from getting him to an operating room. He's dead because of you." Several people had to agree with him. Naru didn't say anything. She was still crying in Itachi's arms. Anbu, arrest Naru Uzumaki for the murder of Hayate Gecko. Hiruzen sighed as he stood back up. Delay that order, Hiruzen said. Naru was doing what she thought was right. The aging village leader said, "What was stopping you from getting blood and being it to Naru and the young man?" He had questioned the doctor. That may be true, honored Hokage, but the fact remains that she had disregarded the staff orders and told us not to move him. Itachi, Hiruzen said to the young man, take Naru home and leave a message for her to see me tomorrow. The young man nodded. As soon as Naru and Itachi left, though, Hiruzen turned on to the doctor and punched the man in the face. You have a lot of nerve to try that bullshit with me. He then turned to everyone in the room. Anbu, I want the village searched. Talk to the young woman here to get a description of the men. He then turned to Kakashi, who had just walked in. Kakashi, take Yugo home. Kakashi nodded. The two left. Sir, what about Hayate's message? Hiruzen looked at the young man. Call for a shinobi-only council meeting. Don't let any members of the civilian council find out. With a nod, the ninja left to gather those of council. Anko, who was a close friend to Hayate, stood next to Hiruzen. What about Naru? She asked. Do you think she'll be okay? Hiruzen looked at her and sadly shook his head. Naru thinks that she had killed him. He was already gone after I had gotten his message. Anko gave Hiruzen a look. Naru has powerful healing magic. Why wasn't she able to heal him? Hiruzen knelt next to Hayate's body. The weapon used to kill him had a poison on it. Carefully Hiruzen figured the wound and looked at it. The blood on his figure was darker than it should have been. But who has the knowledge to stop a high-powered healing spell? Anko asked. Hiruzen sighed. Several people who know in Uzumaki. He then looked at Anko. Orochimaru's sword has a high poison that it could kill a person in seconds. Anko looked at him. He was also a student to Kushina, when she was teaching about poisons that can block a person's ability to heal, or to cause others from casting a healing jutsu. Anko's fist had tightened by that point. It's a safe bet as to order the attack on Naru 2 years ago. Hiruzen nodded to the doctors to take Hayate's body away and to clean up the blood. It would explain why the scar on Naru's back still reopens, even after a few years. Hiruzen said as the two started to walk out. Why, sir, why would he do something like that, and doesn't Naru heal normally? Hiruzen nodded at her question. True, however she does have two sources of help. Kyuubi's chakra would start to heal her the moment something would happen. While it's trying to heal her, Kitsune is using her skills to purify the wound. That made a little sense to Anko. Anyways, enough about that, we have a war to plan for and only a month to prepare. During his walk to Naru's home, the young teen had woken up and had asked Itachi to put her down. After complying her request, the young woman didn't bother looking at Itachi. Maybe they're right, she said softly. Maybe I am a monster. Itachi placed his hand on her shoulder. It wasn't your fault Hayate died, he said. Naru shook her head, crossed her arms over her chest and looked down. The recovery spell is a high-class healing spell, higher than the Kuraja spell. The problem with the spell is that it uses the psychical energy of the person I'm trying to heal. Naru didn't move a muscle. I knew of the risks but I couldn't help it and I took a chance. Itachi walked up to her and wrapped his arms around her, placing his hands over hers. You did what you had to, the thing was he had died after he given the Hokage his message. He said. It didn't help though as Naru started crying again. The two stood in the street. Itachi was holding her but he was confused as to why he was doing so. Naru was crying for the young man that had died in her care. She had turned around and had buried her head into his chest while Itachi still had his arms around her. After a while Naru calmed down and the two had started moving again. Once Naru was home she ran into the house and straight to her room. Kara and Ino were right behind her. Inochi walked up to him. What happened? Itachi sighed and started to explain what had happened. Not sure as to what had happened to Hayate, he'll have to get the report later. You can probably expect a meeting to happen either later tonight or early tomorrow morning. Itachi said as he turned to leave. Does Naru know yet? Inochi asked. Itachi looked over his shoulder. No, mother will tell her tomorrow at lunch during their meeting. With that said Itachi left Inochi, who had turned and walked back into the house, closing the door. However he had missed seeing a figure standing in a black robe and an orange and black mask looking into Naru's room. You wanted to see me ma'am? Naru said as she was allowed into Makoto's room. The older woman looked up and nodded. Yes, please come in. We have a lot to talk about, she said. Naru come in her mood a little bit better after she had talked with the Hokage, but she was still saddened by Hayate's death. I understand that you will be leaving soon to train. Naru nodded her head. May I ask where you will be going? Naru sat down in a chair that was close by to the bed. Naru thought about it for a little while before she looked at Makoto. Whirlpool, Naru said. It's the only safe place where I can work on my spells and not have anyone spy on me. Makoto had a frown on her face. I understand that there is another Uzumaki in the finals. Again Naru nodded. Do you think that she or he might go there as well? Naru shook her head. No, reports say that she had gone back to Iwa country and had started her training there. Makoto nodded. Then she blinked as she looked at Naru. She had Kushina's thinking face. There's more isn't there? Naru nodded. In my mother's journal she had mentioned something about a vault. Naru said she wasn't looking at Makoto, however Makoto could still see that Naru was in thought. The vault can only be opened by an heir of the Uzumaki clan. Do you know what that means? Makoto thought about it. Kushina had once told her that the Uzumaki was split into two families, much like the Hyugas. However, unlike the Hyuga, there didn't have the branch members placed under a curse. I believe what she means is that only an Uzumaki of royal blood can open the doors. Makoto's smile at Naru's confused look. You'll find out what I mean when you get there, little one. Makoto said. However, that is not why I had called you here. Makoto took Naru's hand and had started to explain to the young teen about a promise that she and Kushina had made more than 16 years ago. A few minutes later, I'm what? Naru had all but screamed. Why tell me all this now? I'm only 13, I'm not ready for marriage. Worst yet, I refused to settle down and start having children as soon as I tie the knot. Naru said as she crossed her arms. Makoto smiled. At least she was taking this better than Itachi did. However, what she said next had Naru blushing like crazy. Your fiancé would be Itachi. Not only was Naru blushing, but she had somehow fallen out of her chair. Come again? The young teen said. We had wanted our first children to marry. By this and the law of Whirlpool, Itachi would have to be the one to give up his family name. Makoto said. What Makoto hadn't told the two was that when Itachi was 5 and Naru only a few days old, Itachi had said something that he may have forgotten. Mother, when she is old enough I wish you marry Naru. Itachi had a look of love in his eyes as he had said that. Makoto had wondered what he meant by that. At the time Naru had short red hair, and as she was looking at her son she could see that his fingers was brushing the hair gently. What's wrong? I thought that you liked Itachi. Makoto said. Naru stopped her rant and said. I do. Naru had to cover her mouth. Sighing though, Naru looked at Makoto. But he is 5 years older than I am. Makoto smiled. Do you really think that age matters in love? She asked. She could see it in Naru's eyes. She didn't just have a crush on Itachi, she was downright in love with him. So it was you that would leave chocolate on our doorstep? Naru nodded with a blush. I can't explain it, but every time I see him, I turn into a shuddering mess and I feel like I want to faint. Naru frowns at that, kind of like Hinata when she's around Sasuke. Makoto took Naru's hands in her. Have you told him yet? She asked. Naru shook her head and looked away. I don't want to hold him back from finding someone his own age. Naru took on a sadder look. Or someone that is trash. Makoto knew what she meant. Sitting up a little bit more, she had taken Naru into her arms and held the young teen for a little while. After a while, Makoto let Naru go. Please think about what I said. She tells the teen. In the end, it's all up to you if you want to go through with the engagement or not. Naru nodded and got up. I'm sorry, but I have to go and pack. We're leaving later in the day, and grandmother for some reason wants to stop at a gambling hall for some extra money. We both know how that will turn up. Makoto nodded and smiled at Naru. Please come and see me when you return. I'll tell you about the time your mother had caught your father peeping on her at the hot springs. Makoto laughed at the look on Naru's face when she said that. She may not be allowed to tell the teen about her parents yet, but that doesn't mean she can't tell her about their younger days. Naru was walking down the street. She was meeting up with her team as they were going to leave for training in her family old village. Tsunade said that the village wasn't going to be pretty and to be prepared. Naru was hoping that she can at least get some answers as to who her mother and father was. The only clue that she had was Kei Uzumaki, and when Naru had checked any and all records of any other Uzumaki, as the village was named Kushina Uzumaki, Konoha's red sorceress, and Naru's idol. Was it possible that this Kushina was Naru's mother? If so, what had happened to her? Was she even alive and on a secret mission, or was she killed in the Kyuubi attack all those years ago? Naru wanted answers. Hopefully she'll find them in Whirlpool. Arriving at the gate, Naru could see that her teammates were already there waiting for her. Sakura had a smile on her face and Shikamaru looked bored as always. Before anything could be said, an old man, with white long hair, tattoos under his eyes that looked like tears of blood and a horned headband, had walked up to them along with Tsunade and Itachi. Seeing Itachi had brought a blush to the teen's face, this caused the other two to look at her. I had asked to come along to help train your teammates, Itachi said. Naru nodded. Tsunade took over from there. Listen up, we only have a few weeks left before the finals. Luckily Naru knows of a time spell that will help us out. Naru nodded. She had used it once before as a test and there were no side efforts of it. I must warn you though, Whirlpool is a destroyed village that was attacked during the Second Ninja World War. So don't expect much. As the small group left, Naru once again stopped just outside of the gates. Turning around, she looked back at the village that she was born in and loved. She couldn't help but feel that something bad was going to happen when she got back for the finals, something that was going to change her life and the lives of her friends. She would have thought about it some more, however Itachi had called out to her. Turning around and looking at the young man, she blushed again, looking at him and having thought about a life that they may or may not have as husband and wife. For now that should remain friends, if what you call they have a friendship. I can't believe that you lost most of our money, sensei. Sakura yelled at Tsunade. The older woman just rubbed the back of her head. Next to her, Naru, who had an uncanny ability to win every game, was counting the countless winnings that she had made. You sure you didn't cheat, brat? Tsunade asked her granddaughter. Naru looked at Tsunade and stuck her tongue out at them. Naru, you sure you really want to train in Whirlpool? Jiraiya, who had met up with them a few hours ago, asked. Naru looked at the old man and couldn't believe that he was her grandfather. Yes, supposedly there's a vault with a few things that belong to the Uzumaki clan. Itachi looked at the teen. He had heard this a few nights ago. Who knows what's in there? Tsunade sighed. She too heard about this so-called vault. It was in the main house of the Uzumaki clan, and that wasn't the only thing that she had heard about it though. Is it true that it contains the history of the clan as well? Tsunade asked, as she had heard tales from her grandmother, but she wasn't too sure. Naru looked up at Tsunade and gave her a thoughtful look. Mama's journal said something about the secrets of the clan being in there, that's why only an Uzumaki with royal blood can open it. Troublesome, and what makes you think that you can open it? Shikamaru asked. Naru glared at him but then gave a soft sigh. Mama thinks that I may hold the key to opening the door. If I can, I wouldn't have enough time to read all of the scrolls in there. Kitsuna, are you sure I can open the door? Naru asked the snow fox. There was a moment where Naru thought that the priestess might have been asleep, and then she heard Kitsuna's soft voice. I have no doubt in my mind that you are of the real heir of the Uzumaki clan. Naru didn't really know what that meant though. How many scrolls are we talking about? Itachi asked, speaking up for the first time since they've been on their training trip. Naru jumped a little, forgetting that he was even with them. I don't know, but I'm guessing that there's a lot. Mommy even thinks that there are scrolls in there that dates back to the formation of Whirlpool and the Sage of Six Paths. Everyone's eyes widened at that. The vast knowledge in that vault must be worth, well, a lot more than Tsunade's pendant. And to think one little girl may be the holder of all that. Jiraiya thought. Then something hit him like a ton of bricks. Wait, you said the Sage of Six Paths. Did you mean the founder of the ninja system that we know today? He asked. Naru turned to look at him. Yes, although his real name was lost in history, he was very much real. Naru said, taking something out of her pocket. He died a very old man. Some say he was around 130 years old when he had passed. Naru said, reading from her mother's journal. Although 2 of his children are known, one though the Senju clan. Tsunade smiled at that, like she knew she was a part of the clan that came though the sage's line. The other though the Uchiha clan. Itachi blinked at that. His clan was related to the founder of ninjutsu? He would have to ask his mother about this later. However, it was with very little knowledge that the sage also had a daughter. Everyone looked at Naru as she read. The daughter, like the rest of her family, her name was lost in history. She had the strange powers to harness the magical field that surrounds her. She named this field the Mana Field, and it would give her powers that were unseen by anyone, a power that had not been seen for over 10,000 years. Naru closed the book and placed it back in her pocket. Mama goes on to writing that in her history classes back at Whirlpool she was taught that the heir of the sage through the daughter's line was alive. The problem was no one knew who it was, so the door to the vault of the clan was forever closed. Shikamaru looked at the blonde sorceress. So then why does she think that you are the heir? He asked. Naru took in a deep breath before she looked at her teammate. She doesn't. Mama never got the chance to check the vault herself before. She looked down and away from the others. Tsunade and Jiraiya were the only other people to know about Kushina and the fact that she once held Kurama, the Kyuubi. Anyways, while I'm there, I might as well check it out. The young sorceress said. Sakura looked at her teammate with a questioning look in her eyes. Hey Naru, why does the Iwa girl think you're a fake Uzumaki? I mean, surely she can see that you can use spells. Naru looked at Sakura. You mean Karen? She thinks I'm a fake because I look nothing like an Uzumaki. The others blinked. Sure, her hair kept changing color, something that they really want explained to them, but she mostly looks like her mother, Kushina. An Uzumaki clan member will always have red hair and dark blue eyes. Sakura blinked. Sakura, she met me when my hair was blonde, and then again during the prelims. She doesn't really believe that I'm an Uzumaki, even though she can talk to me though telepathy. Naru sighed. She just can't expect the fact. Jiraiya was listening to the young teen. To think that there were other Uzumakis out there. Naru looked at him and sighed. Mama said in her journal that the survivors of the clan left Whirlpool and went into hiding. She thinks that those were mostly civilians from within the clan. Naru had a frown on her face and once again took out her mother's journal. Let's see, she did say something about an Uzumaki. Ah yes. His name was Nagato. He was a baby by the time Whirlpool was attacked, but he is related to me. He's my uncle and was Mama's baby brother, and although his real mother died in childbirth, he was raised by an aunt. Jiraiya turned around so fast that the others thought that his neck should be broken. That's impossible. Jiraiya yelled. Naru looked at him. Nagato died shortly before the end of the Second War. Naru blinked at him. They were young, foolish, and I shouldn't have left them. Jiraiya said as he looked down. It doesn't matter, sensei. Naru said. She walked up to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. My family is in Konoha now. I want to get strong so that I can protect those that I love. She looked at Itachi and smiled before she turned back to Jiraiya. You trained the 4th Hokage, I would like you to train me as well, and that's why I asked you to come along. Naru then turned to her team. As well as train Sakura and Shikamaru. Jiraiya smiled at the young teen, and gave her a nod. Naru turned to look at her grandmother. Sensei, you better tell Jiraiya the truth, or I will. With that said, Naru walked ahead of the group. Jiraiya looked at his teammate and blinked at her. What do you have to tell me? Jiraiya said. Tsunade looked at Naru, who was followed by Sakura and Shikamaru. Itachi wasn't that far behind them. Brace yourself, I've been keeping this a secret for over 35 years. Tsunade said as she looked at Jiraiya. Konoha. A few days later, Hiruzen was sitting at his desk, doing paperwork that he has long hoped to have been done with for a while now, somehow though it kept piling up. It's time to decide to pick a fifth Hokage. Hiruzen sighed as he had signed his name. Just as he was about to read another report, his two former teammates walked in, followed by a man that had made Hiruzen growl. Danzo, what the hell do you want? Hiruzen cursed at him. Ever since that day at the Uchiha compound, the leader of Root had stayed in the shadows. Until now, that is. Is it true that the demon left the village? Kaharu Utatane said. Seconds later she backed off as she saw the look in Hiruzen's eyes. I mean the Uzumaki girl. Hiruzen took out his pipe and lit it, knowing that he will not hear the end of it from Shizune. May I ask why she was allowed to leave the village on a non-mission assignment? Danzo asked. She felt that training in the village was too dangerous. Dangerous for who? Hiruzen? Homura Mitokado asked. Hiruzen crossed his arms and glared at the three of them. She thought this might happen. Hiruzen said as he took out a letter. Upon opening it he started to read it. Hey you old bags, leave grandfather Hiruzen alone. I left the village to train, don't worry your ugly little heads, I have several people with me. If I stay in the village I feel that not only would my life be in danger, but the secrets of the Uzumaki clan would also be in danger, not to mention that the village may be destroyed when I practice some of my most dangerous spells. If you really want to help the village, then get off your hands and do something, like finding Orochimaru or something like that. Danzo, if you so much send Root after me, I'll be sending them home in a body bag. Naru Uzumaki. P.S. If you want a monster I'll give you a monster. The three looked at Hiruzen. Once again she threatens the safety of the village. Kaharu said, and Hiruzen just shook his head. You fail at life Kaharu, you old goat. Hiruzen said, causing the old woman to sneer at Hiruzen. She's training not only for the exam final but an upcoming war. The three looked at him shocked. Naru had a vision. In it a snake-like man attacked during the finals. Whirlpooled the destroyed village of the Uzumaki clan. A week later. It's been 2 days since the small group has gotten to the village that had once belonged to the Uzumaki clan. We don't have long for us to train Naru. Sakura said. Naru turned to look at her teammate. Oh, don't worry about that. I know of a spell that I can use. She said with a smile. I learned it when we stayed in that inn the other night. Naru set her bag down. But first, Naru closed her eyes and started to chant. Time which has passed, be called back once more. A small ball of light appeared in Naru's hand. With a small wave of her hand she sends the ball flying into the ruins of the old village. Then a second passed as a blinding light made everyone, including Naru, cover their eyes. Once they were able to see again, everyone but Naru had a look of surprise on their faces. Naru, what the hell? Shikamaru asked. Naru turned to look at her teammate. It's a restore spell, learned it while I was in wave. Naru turned around and started to walk into the restored village. While walking around looking for the perfect place to start placing the mana seals. Mana seals are like regular seals, only instead of chakra it uses mana, and a spell. The spell Naru planned on using was a time spell. It would form a bubble anywhere you put it, and speed things up inside the bubble. After checking the risks Naru found out that humans wouldn't age. She had spent a total of 1 month inside the bubble when it had only been an hour outside of the bubble. The downside to the time bubble though is that you would need a lot of food. Kitsuna, do you know any good place to put the first part of the seal? Naru asked her guardian. Like always Kitsune was quiet. Naru had learned that the goddess was thinking when that happened. I'm not sure little one. Kitsuna said. I haven't been here in over 100 years. However, Kitsuna did point out that the village square would be the best bet into setting up the seals for the time bubble. Naru made her way to the square, getting there with Kitsuna's help. Meanwhile, everyone had spilt up to have a look around the newly replaced whirlpool. Jiraiya was lost in thought. Earlier that day Tsunade had told Jiraiya the truth. He didn't take it so well, and he had told Tsunade as much, meaning he wasn't talking to her until he sorts out his feelings. Jiraiya had followed Naru, watching his godchild, granddaughter. He could see Minato, his son, and Kushina in the young teen. However, she looked mostly like her mother, which was either a good thing or bad. Kushina had enemies, mostly from Iwa, Cloud and another nation that Jiraiya couldn't really remember the name of. Jiraiya smiled as she looked up and saw him standing on a building not that far from her. Then she went back to whatever it was that she was doing. After all, she did say something about a spell she had studied that can help them train. He guessed that she was looking for the perfect place to set it up. Jiraiya had heard about what had happened to her when she was 10. He wanted to kill his sensei after he was told. Having that happen to a child was unforgettable. Worst yet, she had several scars on her back. One would even bleed from time to time, causing her to be in pain when it happened. Jiraiya regretted not being there for her when she needed a family. However, the elders had demanded that he stay away from her and to go look for Orochimaru. He watched as Naru placed another seal on other pillar. He still couldn't believe at how powerful she had become. Having mastered several spells, and she was only 13, and that is what was bothering him. Naru was still young and she could easily fall to the dark side of her powers. If that were to happen, all of her loved ones, himself included, would lose the Naru they knew to a much more powerful and darker Naru. Jiraiya watched Naru as she went back to check to make sure that the seals were in place. That's when he had sensed Itachi land next to him. "Well?" Jiraiya asked. Itachi looked at him. "The village seems to be fully restored," Itachi said. "There isn't ever a sign that there has been a battle here so many years ago." The two watched as Naru sat down and brought out a scroll. "Do you think she's okay?" Itachi asked. Jiraiya looked at him. "Before we left the village, a ninja was attacked. Naru had tried to save him, but she failed. Several of the doctors and a few the nurses has accused her of murder." Jiraiya nodded. He had heard about that from Hiruzen when he had sent a scroll telling him where to meet Naru and her team. "She's holding in her pain," Jiraiya said as he watched his granddaughter. "Minato was like that when he had learned about your uncle." Itachi looked at him. "You mean Obito?" Jiraiya nodded. Kushina had found him getting drunk at one of the bars, and she pretty much let him have it. Itachi nodded. He was only 3 by the time the Third War ended. It still gave him nightmares. "Go down there and talk to her," Itachi told the sage. Jiraiya looked at him. Shouldn't a grandfather get to know his granddaughter? Jiraiya smiled and stood up. Jumping down, Jiraiya landed next to the teen. "So kid, what are you reading?" he asked. Naru looked up. "It's a scroll for a time bubble spell," Naru answered. "Once we're inside the bubble, time will speed up, but we will not age." Jiraiya's eyes widened at that. "I know what you're thinking, and I have been thinking about the possibilities of letting the village ninja use it, to train genin within a 1-year time frame and only it having it be a day in real time." Naru sighed. "It would make Konoha the leader in the 5 nations, but who to say that a war would not start?" Naru started rolling the scroll up. "Everything is set, but for something of this high of a scale it needs 24 hours to stabilize." Naru said. "I would like to get to know you better," Naru said. Jiraiya smiled. "I would too, but it's hard. If I known that your father was one of my students." He trailed off, afraid he may have told her too much. Naru sighed. "I know who my father is," Naru said. "He was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Before Jiraiya could ask, Naru held up her hand. "I've known for a while, I just don't know who my mother is," Naru said with a sad face. "She was an amazing woman, Naru, and she loved you before you were even born," Tsunade said. "I'm sure that you could have learned more from her than you know now." Sakura had hugged her from behind. "Don't forget that you have me and Ino as your sisters," Sakura said. Naru gave Sakura a cute little frown. "How does that work?" "We're the same age," Naru said. Everyone around the two smiled. Itachi couldn't help but smile. There was once a time he had only cared about his little brother, even going too far as to take him with him after he would have completed killing his family. That was put on hold after Naru had found out that the order was a fake. He looked at the young sorceress, then suddenly Itachi's sight had started to blur and he had placed his hand on his head. He quietly hid himself in the shadows, hoping that Naru hadn't seen him. When he was able to see right again, he had placed his hands where he had felt something wet on his face. Pulling his hand back and looking, he could see blood in his fingertips. This had been happening ever since Shisui, Itachi's best friend, had died after giving his eye in order to protect it from Danzo. He wasn't sure if he was dying or just going blind because of Mangekyo Sharingan, the next stage of the Sharingan eye. After cleaning his eye, he stepped out of the shadows and met up with the small group. "While we wait, why not go and check out that vault?" Itachi suggested. Naru nodded and had an idea as to where the vault would be. She just didn't know how to get there. After a few minutes of checking her mother's journal, she knew where to go. The others followed with Tsunade walking next to Itachi. She handed him a small bottle. I saw what happened, Naru doesn't know, she said. Itachi nodded his thanks. I would still like to do a checkup tonight though. Again Itachi nodded. It wasn't long before the group stood in front of a large circular door. Okay, this is it, Naru said. She looked around and found a pad of some kind. Taking off the glove on her right hand, Naru took out a knife and placed it on her palm. It has to be flesh blood, Naru said. With that she sliced open her hand, making sure she had blood on her palm and fingers. Naru placed her hands on the pad. At first it seemed that nothing was going to happen, but as Naru's hand kept bleeding on the pad, they could hear something from within the walls. Soon the door to the vault had started opening. Naru removed her hand and walked to the door. Her eyes widened as she saw a hologram of a woman wearing a hooded cloak. The woman looked up and you could see a smile but nothing else of her face. Hello little one, she said. I can't tell you who I am but I know who you are. Everyone was now looking at the two. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Itachi all knew who she was. Tsunade had to wonder though as to when Kushina had time to make this though. What you are seeing is a recording. I don't have much time to tell you though, so please listen. The recording turned and looked behind her. What you and I will assume is your team is about to read, not only contains the history of the clan but secrets that were once thought only as legends. The reason why the clan was so feared. The woman turned to Naru once more. Child, the secrets within must ever fall into the wrong hands. If they do, the world as you know it will forever be in danger. With that the hologram ended, leaving the small team wondering if it was a good idea to go in. The group stepped in and looked around. I can see why it was sealed, Jiraiya said. If anyone from Iwa, Kumo, or anyone else that had attacked Whirlpool got a hold of these, there would be no stopping them. Naru nodded her head. That is why I'm going to seal it back up when we leave here. Naru said. Grandmother, you and Sakura may use any scrolls containing medical ninjutsu. She then turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, if you find any, you may use any scrolls that contains Shadow's skill. Naru walked over to Itachi. I must ask you to leave. Itachi gave her a look. Please, your eyes can easily copy anything in a scroll. Itachi sighed. He then placed his hand on her cheek. As you wish, Princess Naru, he said with a smile. I will be outside if you need me. He turned and then left as Naru turned to Jiraiya. You two pervert. Tsunade gave the white-haired man a look. I told you not to peek at us at that hot spring. Jiraiya sighed and followed Itachi out of the room. Naru hit a switch and the door closed. Don't worry, it's not sealed but they can't get inside. Naru walked around a little. Jutsus are marked by a blue and gold scroll, while spells are red and gold. You may read whatever you like however, and you must never teach it to other without my permission. Her team nodded. Before they split up, Naru said one last thing. This room is a time bubble, but much slower than the one I will set up for our training. Tsunade gave her a look. 1 minute outside the room is only seconds in here. Keep an eye on the time. I'm sure Itachi and Jiraiya will come and get us when the training bubble is ready. Everyone nodded. As time went on, the team had found what they had been looking for. Tsunade and Sakura had found several powerful medical jutsu that they could use. Shikamaru was having a hard time finding any scrolls that he could work with his Shadow's skills. He did find one a few minutes later though. Naru was looking though scroll after scroll looking for a certain summoning spell. She had read about it in her mother's journal, and while it had its limits it would be very useful in the long run. Naru had closed her eyes and for only a second she saw Hiruzen laying on the ground. A wound that came from a sword was clearly seen. The vision of Hiruzen placed his hand on Naru's cheek. Do not be sad, I will always be in your heart. Naru opened her eyes. I can't let that happen, Naru said as she looked through another summoning scroll. Tears were running down her cheeks. Naru. The teen looked up to see Shikamaru standing next to her. I was wondering if I could use this summoning scroll. Naru looked at the scroll. Unlike the summoning that Naru calls for, this one was from the Uzumaki ninja force. The scroll was a contract for wolves. Naru looked up at Shikamaru. You do realize that summons often ask for something in return, right? Shikamaru nodded his head. Naru placed her hand over the scroll and let some of her mana call forth one of the wolves. Smoke appeared and sitting before the two was a small white wolf with blue eyes. Who has summoned me? It had asked. Naru knelt in front of the wolf. Following her was Shikamaru, who had caught on to what Naru was doing. "I did, Honorable One," Naru said. The wolf looked at Naru. "You are of the Uzumaki clan." Naru nodded. "How were you able to summon me?" Naru held up her hand. Her palm faced the wolf and had shown her that the slash she had made earlier was still there. "I used my mana and the blood within my hand," Naru said. The wolf sniffed her hand. He could smell the blood of the clan within. "Why have you summoned me, princess?" Naru blinked. That was the second time she was called princess. Naru looked at Shikamaru, who had yet to say anything. "My teammate wished to use you as a summoned familiar." The wolf turned to Shikamaru. "This one has the smell of deer on him," he said. Shikamaru was sweet dropping. "Tell me, young one, why do you wish to use us?" Shikamaru didn't say anything at first. Then he slowly looked up. Wolves are known to be cunning creatures. They are both smart and stealthily. "It would be an honor if you would let me work with you." The wolf had to think on this. "If you summon us, I must ask you to give you some deer meat as payment." Shikamaru looked up. He then did something that surprised Naru. He reached into his bag and pulled out some deer jerky. "Take this to your leader. I assure you, I will have more the next time I summon you." The wolf took the bag of jerky and left. Naru looked at Shikamaru. "Sign the scroll before they change their mind," Naru said. Shikamaru sighed. "This is going to be troublesome for me," he said as Shikamaru signed his name next to Amito Uzumaki. Shikamaru blinked. "I know that name from somewhere." Nothing much happened after that. What had felt like a few minutes on the inside of the room was in fact a few hours on the outside. Naru found several spells along with the summoning spell she had been looking for. As the team left the vault, some looking over some notes that Naru gave permission for. As long as they don't show anyone and they destroy the notes after they mastered the jutsu, she was okay with it. "I'm going to seal the room again," Naru said. "I would like nothing more than to leave it open, but I can't take the risk of someone from the other nations finding the scrolls." No one said anything. They understood what she was saying. She was just protecting what her family has given their lives for. As night fell, Naru was sitting on a cliffside reading the summoning scroll she was looking for. She had made a copy, leaving the original in the vault. What she didn't tell anyone though was that the time bubble was keeping the scrolls in their original form. While reading scroll after scroll, Naru learned that the scrolls in the vault can't really be removed. If they were, time would catch up to them and aged them to the point that they turned into dust. "Hey," Naru looked behind her to see Itachi. "May I join you?" Naru blushed a little but nodded. Itachi sat next to the teen and looked out over the ocean. "I'm not mad at you," Itachi said. Naru shook her head. "It's not that," Naru said. "I trust you, I really do. It's just that your eyes can copy any one of the scrolls." Naru looked down. "Do you like me?" Naru asked out of the blue. "I mean, Itachi looked at her. Naru was looking at him. Itachi smiled and moved some hair out of her eyes. "I do," Itachi said. "I just don't think that I'm right for you." Naru tilted her head to the side. Itachi sighed. "I was 5 years old when I first met you." Naru blinked at him. She could see him smiling. "So small you were, and cute too." Naru blushed again. Itachi sighed. "I was one of your Anbu guardians, did you know that?" Naru shook her head. "No. That night when I was about to do something I would later regret, I was stopped by you." Naru smiled at that. "From the time when you were very little, and growing up, I had liked you." Itachi turned his head. "But it's impossible for us to be together," Itachi said. He gently placed his hand on her cheek. "I'm 5 years older than you. It wouldn't work." Naru looked away, but she did move her head. "I heard that you lost your fiancé in the Uchiha attack," Naru said softly. Itachi nodded. He didn't say much about her. "I don't know how you feel, but I can tell you that what you just said is a bunch of bull." Itachi blinked. "It's no lie that everyone knows that I like you. I had to go through a lot of your fangirls to make it a point that I would one day date you." Naru took Itachi's hand and held it in her hand as she stood up. "What you say is bullshit, Itachi Uchiha," Naru said. "I like you, I want to give this engagement a chance, and I don't care what the hell you say." Naru wrapped her arms around Itachi's shoulders. "Age doesn't matter when you care and love someone." With that she kissed Itachi full on the lips. The young man's eyes had widened, and just as he was about to return the kiss, Naru had pulled away. "We'll talk about this some more," Naru said as she let go of his hand, and walked away. Itachi watched as she left, not saying anything. "For someone who thinks he's not good enough for her," a voice said in his head. "You sure didn't stop her." Itachi looked out at the ocean, the waves calming his nerves. You are such a troublesome girl, Naru Uzumaki. It was an event that was held 2 times a year. This season Konoha, the village hidden in the leaf, was the host for this event. People around the village were getting ready for what many had called the Konoha upset. This season exam, which was taking place in a December morning, was to take place at the Chunin exam stadium. In another part of the village, people were placing their bets on who would win what. One such person was Jiraiya the Sannin. 1 million yen on the Naru Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga fight. He said, Naru Uzumaki for the win. Normally senseis were not allowed to place bets on their students, but he was known to do it with a large amount of yen. The broker looked at Jiraiya and shrugged his shoulders. Your loss, the broker said. Would you like to place a bet for the entire exam? Jiraiya shook his head. No, I know who is going to win. Jiraiya said. The odds were not in Naru's favor. Smiling to himself as he turned and walked out of the building, he had met up with Tsunade. Together the two made their way to the arena. Elsewhere, Naru was in her room sitting on her bed. Naru knew what she had to do. She had to stop Karen, who was on the border of giving in to the darkness of her powers. Everyone in the Uzumaki clan who has the sorcery powers had to go through this. If they can fight the darkness, they would came into the great power. Naru wasn't sure, but she could feel darkness the one time Karen had looked at her. Naru hoped that Karen didn't know the one spell that had destroyed Whirlpool in order to have protected its secret. Getting up, Naru took hold of her swords and made her way to the door. It wasn't all that long ago that Naru and her team had gotten home. It was just a few days ago, and thanks to Naru's teleportation spell, Naru, her 2 senseis and Itachi had gotten home with a few days to spare and was told to rest. While in Whirlpool, Naru and her team had spent a total of 5 years inside Naru's time bubble. Of course they had to wait a day in between days too for the setup to reset. While waiting, Naru had gone back to the Uzumaki library to learn more about her clan. She was more than shocked to have learned that the history of the clan had gone as far back to the Age of Sorcery. A time period that was more than 25,000 years ago. Naru had learned a lot of things while in Whirlpool. She didn't really have enough time to read everything in the sorcery part of the library, but she had sworn that she would go back and finish what she had started. While in the time bubble, Naru had also upgraded to a lot of higher spells. It had gotten to the point of where Naru couldn't spare with her team. Naru turned to look at the 4 talismans that lay on her dresser. These talismans would gently enhance her magical powers greatly. With a sigh, Naru closed the door to her room and went downstairs, where she seen Ino and Sakura talking about something. Sakura-chan, I didn't expect to see you so soon, Naru said. Sakura turned to Naru and smiled. Just talking about a few things, plus I thought the 3 of us could have breakfast together. Sakura said. Naru smiled at her. Sure, but I thought Mom was going to cook something? Ino shook her head. Mom had to leave early, and we both know that Dad can't cook. That was the truth. The last time Inochi tried to cook something, Ino and Naru had to stay at Sakura until the repairs were done. True, Naru said. I was going to meet up with grandmother afterwards. Want to come along? Ino shook her head. I would love to. Sadly, Kakashi-sensei wanted to talk to us before the finals start. Naru nodded her head. The 3 left the house soon after that. Since Naru's threat, a lot of the restaurants that had refused Naru's service had started to open their doors to the young sorceress. As long as she was treated fairly just like everyone else, there wouldn't be any harm. She'd been to a few, and while she was treated fair, the waiting staff was cold to her. That still didn't mean that she wouldn't tip, and she would always tip big. We don't have a whole lot of time, Sakura said. Do you just want to go for ramen instead? Sakura asked, remembering that there was a time Naru would eat nothing but ramen. Naru nodded her head. I heard that the Ichiraku had just gotten an upgrade, Naru said. They had been getting so much business that they aren't just ramen now but a full-on restaurant. I wonder why, Sakura thought with a smile. Sadly, they couldn't get into the former ramen shop seeing as it was full, so the 3 of them made their way to the area in hopes of at least getting something to eat. Turn out that they did have things to eat, sadly though there was nothing but popcorn for Naru since she doesn't like to eat meat. I've been meaning to ask you about that. Why are you a vegetarian? Sakura asked. Naru stopped eating her popcorn and looked at Sakura. When I was very little and it was meatloaf, not I wasn't allowed to have any. They would feed me nothing but rotten meat, or not feed me at all. Naru said, her red hair covering her eyes. I guess I never gotten over it. Naru said, but in truth she would sometimes get sick just thinking about eating anything with meat in it. The team didn't really talk about anything else. No sooner as they had finished eating that the arena had started to fill up with people. Some had wished Naru good luck, and then there was some that wished her a fast death. Naru had sighed. She had to win her match and hope that people will start seeing her in a new light. Well, Karen said as she crossed her arms looking at a pale man with yellow eyes. Why would the leader of Sound be here of all places? Orochimaru just smiled. I have a job for you, my dear. The snake Sannin said. I need you to stall the fight between you and Naru in the finals. Karen raised an eyebrow. What makes you think that Naru will make it to the finals? She asked. Orochimaru had just smiled at her. Wait and see, dear. I'm sure that you have figured it out that she is an Uzumaki. Karen laughed at his statement. Oh, I knew that a long time ago. Karen said. Only an Uzumaki can do the things that she had done. I also heard that she had found a way to cure your curse seal. Orochimaru growled at her. Again, I ask you, what makes you think Naru will make it to the finals? Orochimaru smiled at her. Because I know who her mother is. The time had come and those that were fighting were standing before those that could find a seat in the arena, those that couldn't, were in bars across the village. Hiruzen stood up and looked at those that come from Konoha. He smiled at Naru and whispered good luck to her before he looked over at the crowd. I would like to welcome you to the finals of this year's Chunin exams. He started. He had to wait until the crowd had settled down before he could continue. As you all may or may not know, this year we have a special treat for those of you who have come from afar to see this historic event. Again, he had to wait until the crowd had settled down. As you know, Konoha had the most wins. The crowd was cheering once more. That being said, I would also like to welcome the Fire Daimyo. Now that I got that out of the way, I will let the proctor take over from here on out. As Hiruzen said this, he turned to his right and saw to his surprise the case cage. I was not expecting you, my friend. He said. I would like to see the one that had beaten my youngest. He said in a cold voice. Maybe I can even make an arrangement for them to marry. Hiruzen sighed. Is something wrong? Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. Naru is already spoken for, Hiruzen said. But you're welcome to stay and watch the matches. They should be fun. Down below, Genma Shiranui had just finished with the rules. The winner of the last match will go on to the finals. Everyone looked at him. That is if there are no double knockouts. Naru was glaring at Neji the whole time. You're going down, Hyuga. Naru told him in a soft voice. No one hurts my friends and lives to tell about it. Neji just gave her a look. We will see what fate deals. Until then, I suggest that you watch the matches closely. Naru just smiles, and when Neji turned his head, Naru stuck out her tongue. She turned and walked away. Instead of going to the competitor's box, she made her way to see her grandfather figure. Kitsuna, have you scanned the area? Naru thought to the priestess. I'll see what I can get, little one. Naru smiled some more when she saw her favorite person come into view. Hello, grandfather, she said, as she sat on his lap. Naru, what are you doing here? The old Hokage asked the teen. Naru smiled. I'm here to see you, since I couldn't see you last night. Naru turned to the other person. Naru, I'm picking up the smell of snakes. Kitsuna warned. I know, I'm looking right at him. Hello, Case Cage Domo. I'm Naru Uzumaki. Naru said as she placed something on the back of Hiruzen's robes. Yes, child, I know who you are. The case cage said. You have beaten my son and have caused my village to get dishonor when you had beaten my son. Naru's knew he was lying. Getting up, Naru turned to leave. Yes, well, his inner demon was getting out of hand. Someone had to do it. Naru turned back to Hiruzen and kissed his cheek. Sorry, grandfather, I'll see you later. Stay safe, Orochimaru is closer than you think. Naru sent though her telepathy. I will, Naru. You better go, your match will be coming up soon. Naru smiled and turned around just in time to see the ending match between Ino and Sakura. You're right, I better. Naru said as she went over to the rail and jumped over it. Levitation, Naru said just before she hit the ground. Naru flew up and landed in the contestant's box. Show off, Shikamaru said as he crossed his arms. Naru just smiled at him. Shouldn't you be getting down there and get your fight over with started? Naru asked. Shikamaru yawned and looked at her. Probably, I could just forfeit. Naru smiled. You do, and I'll tell your mother. Shikamaru paled at that. He then ran over to the rail and jumped down, landing like a cat. When he stood up, he made his way over to Shino and Genma. Your boyfriend will never change, Sakura. Naru said without looking at her pink-haired teammate. He better not, he may be lazy but he isn't a bad kisser. Naru turned to her and frowned. Yeah well, Naru stopped what she was going to say as something flashed before her eyes. It was weird but at the same time it had frightened the young preteen. Naru, you okay? Naru blinked her eyes. Huh? Oh yeah, just had aversion is all. Naru told Sakura. Sakura nodded and hugged the mixed color hair teen from behind. So you ready to kick Neji's ass? Sakura asked. Naru turned her head. You better believe it, Naru told her. They both turned to watch as Shikamaru had Shino in a shadow bind. You have one of two choices, Shino. Shikamaru said. Seeing that I've no other choice, Shino said. I forfeit. Naru frowned. She had a pout on her face, turned to Sakura and said. You made me miss the fight. Naru said. Sakura just smiled and told her. You blinked. Sakura turned and walked up to her boyfriend as he returned to the competitor's box. Get a room to two. Naru had thought. From the smell of things Naru, I think they did. Naru sighed. Too much information Kitsuna. Naru told the priestess. The next match promised to be fun. Naru said to Itachi who had just walked up behind her. How did you know I was here? The older teen said. Telepathy. Was the only thing said. Sasuke Uchiha vs Rock Lee. Naru turned around and looked at Itachi. I still feel bad about his eyes. Without thinking Itachi placed his hands on Naru's shoulder and started giving her a massage. You shouldn't blame for what you thought was right. Itachi said. Naru was starting to relax a little. The proof was that Naru had started purring. Truth be told he didn't. Sasuke had lost the ability to use the Sharingan the way Naru thinks he had. The proof was in the way Sasuke was fighting. He had a mixed style of taijutsu as he fought Lee, and he was winning. Naru sighed and Itachi continued rubbing the teen's shoulders. He just loves the sound of her purring though. Naru blinked. Oh shit. Naru almost yelled out. His under several spells. Itachi looked at his fiancée. Are you sure? He asked. There isn't any other way of telling, is there? Naru shook her head. Just as Naru was about to do something, Sasuke had kicked Lee so hard that he had set the older teen off. Sasuke then jumped into the air, spun around in a kick and sent Lee flying into the stand walls near Naru and his brother. Naru ran over to Lee to check on his as Sasuke landed. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Naru stood up and was about to say something when she had then noticed that the spells that had been placed on Sasuke had been dispelled. So you helped him? Naru called out to Karen with her telepathy. Oh, you saw that, did you? Karen asked. Yes, I helped him. After all, he is the one that came to me, asking me to help him to win his fight so that he could face you in the semifinals. Naru was pissed. How dare her? That's cheating and you know it. Naru had yelled back. She didn't have time to yell at her some more. She turned to Itachi and gave him a soft smile. I'll be right back. If Kiba's fight lasts longer than 2 minutes, tell the grandfather to hold the match for 10 minutes. As a medic, I need to help Lee. Itachi nodded and Naru ran off to look after Lee. He knew that Naru was going to go help him. Med Bay, Konoha Chunin Exam Stadium. Naru had finished her scan of Lee just as Tsunade had walked in. He has several broken bones, his spin also has several small pieces. Naru said. Lee was out cold. I should have seen the spells that was placed on him. Naru had her head down. Tsunade smiled and placed a hand on her shoulder. I'll see what I can do for him. If I can remove the pieces of bone, could your potion or spells help the healing process? Naru looked at her notes. She knew that she didn't have much time left. In theory they should, Naru said. The nerves around his spin are still intact and he'll be able to walk, but unless the bone fragments are removed first, the spell or potions will not work right. They would have talked some more, but an Anbu member had shown up. I'm sorry, Miss Uzumaki, but you are needed out on the field, he said. The Hokage could only allow you 5 minutes. He bowed to her and then walked out. Naru handed Tsunade Lee's medical report and then ran out to the stadium once more. Chunin Exam, Round 5. Naru Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Naru glared at Neji, who just looked bored out of his mind. This is a waste of my time. Neji said. You have no chance in winning, just give up. Naru smiled, then she did something unladylike. She gave Neji a one-figure salute. Neji, I know that the Hyuga clan are a bunch of asses, but what you did to Hinata was unforgivable. Naru had yelled out at him. Genma looked at the two. He had placed his bet on Naru to win, and if Naru was anything like her mother, she was going to raise some serious hell. Not to mention that half of Konoha was going to lose money on this bet as well. Have you two done talking yet? Both had nodded. Genma raised his hand and had yelled out. Then fight. Naru was on Neji in a flash and had started punching him like crazy. Neji didn't even see her move. Kick Naru off of him. Neji turned just in time to block a punch to the face but had missed the kick that Naru had sent to his family jewels. Neji's head crossed. Naru used a healing spell to heal Neji right up. When he gave her a look, Naru had kicked him hard at the face. Get up, Hyuga, I'm going to make you hurt. Neji gave her a look. Then why the hell did you heal me for? Naru gave him an evil smile. Because I want to cause you as much pain as possible. When Genma heard that, he knew right away that Naru had taken after her mother. Neji had enough of then, and when Naru was close enough he had spun around, causing a shield of chakra to form. Naru stopped and slammed her hands down on the ground and yelled out. Quake. The ground had started to shake. This had caused Neji to lose his balance and was quickly attacked once more by Naru. The girl was fast, really fast. Neji and most of the people watching the fight could swear that Naru had a golden flash to her movements. Neji for his part was beyond outmatched. Naru moved in punch and kick him a few times and then move out of the way of any counter-attack that he could come up with. He was hurting, and if it wasn't for Naru healing him, only to start breaking his bones once more, he would have called the match. Sadly, Naru wouldn't let him. I give. Naru appeared once more and threw a hammer punch right into the side of his face. Neji heard the sound of his jaw breaking as he landed. Naru was in his face and forced him to stand once more. He was in his field, but he was in too much pain to fight back. There is no fate but what we make, Naru said. Your father did what he had to do to save your uncle's life. Naru head-butted Neji in the face, breaking his nose. Naru then ripped off Neji's headband. The cursed bird seal was in plain sight now. Listen well, Hyuga clan, Naru had called out. As of right now, the cage bird seal will longer be in use. Naru looked back at Neji, who was barely awake. What gives you the right? Someone had yelled out. Naru looked up. It was a council member for the Hyuga clan, an elderly old man, who was probably the oldest in that clan. I call upon the right because you had cheated the Uzumaki clan out of payment. Naru had yelled back. She then turned to Neji. Isuna. With that, the cage bird seal was gone. The Hyuga clan was in shock. No one knew where the cage bird seal had come from, just that a very gifted seal master had made it. It's gone, and can never be placed on you again, Naru said. Naru then backhanded Neji out cold and had thrown him to the ground, knocking the young man out. Neji Hyuga is unable to fight. Winner by knockout, Naru Uzumaki. Naru had turned to walk away. As she arrived at the competitor's box, she saw the head of the Hyuga clan there. Here to tell me that I shouldn't have done that? Naru asked Hiyashi. The old man just shook his head. If you want to fight, then get in line and wait your turn, Naru said. As she was about to walk away, Hiyashi turned to her and said, Thanks, your mother would be proud of you, he said. Naru stopped and didn't look at her. Hiyashi left. Naru left to go see the next fight. The only problem was that both Shikamaru and Sakura had forfeited the fight. Naru was mad at first. How dare they? Then she remembered something from that morning. They had set her up. Glowing at her teammates, the couple had backed up and held up their hands. Naru, listen, you're the only one that can seriously fight that Karen girl, Sakura said. Naru looked at her. Karen's fight with Kiba didn't last very long. It only lasted because Karen was playing around with him, Shikamaru said. Kiba never had a chance, Sakura said. The two looked at each other. Naru just rolled her eyes. I had to go and kick Sasuke's ass, Naru said as she grabbed the rail and then jumped over it. Naru had landed in front on Sasuke, who glared at her. Just because you and my bastard of a brother are engaged, don't think that I will go easy on you, Sasuke said. Naru looked at him. I don't understand, Sasuke, Naru said. You used to love your brother. What happened? Sasuke didn't say anything and got into a fighting stance. Naru sighed and did the same. You're going down, Uzumaki, Sasuke said. In your dreams, little brother, Naru said with a smile. As soon as they had the go sign, Sasuke flashed though hand signs like crazy. Fireball no jutsu, Sasuke had called out. Flames had shot out of his mouth heading towards Naru. Naru's smile never left her face and she called out her attack. Winds of protection. A barrier made up of wind had surrounded the teen's body. Is Naru nuts? That's only going to strengthen the attack. Naru heard someone say. Naru smiled. When the fire had hit her, everyone was shocked to learn that the fire was being put out by the wind. Sasuke's fire is the byproduct of chakra. Sakura was telling someone. However, Naru doesn't use chakra, she uses a magic energy instead. Quote, Naru gave Sasuke a look. You call that a fireball? She asked. Naru cupped her hands together. Oh, source of all power, light which burned beyond crimson. Let thy power gather in my hand. Sasuke, this is a fireball. Throwing her hands forward, Naru had launched a ball made of pure fall at the young Uchiha. Only to miss him as Sasuke jumped out of the way. However, there was something that Sasuke had forgotten about Naru's fireballs: they explode. The explosion had sent the young man flying into the arena's wall, making an indent. Come on Sasuke, I thought you were going to kick my butt? Naru said as she stood there with her hands on her hips. Sasuke turned around and glared at her. He was going to kill her. Jumping on the wall, Sasuke brought out his hands, palm up. He had started to gather chakra in his hands. The sounds of chirping birds could be hard. Sasuke, don't do it. Kakashi had yelled out. Still, he had to wonder how Sasuke knew that move. He never taught him the Chidori. Sasuke, you asshole. Naru had yelled out as she grabbed Sasuke's arm, pulled back and had put Sasuke into the ground. I can't believe you. Naru picked Sasuke back up after she had stepped on his arm, breaking it. That would have killed me. Sasuke looked at her and then kicked her hard in the stomach. No fooling, bitch, Sasuke said. Naru growled. Okay Sasuke, I was going to go easy on you. Naru said as she rubbed her stomach. But you're just too much of an ass, I won't tell you again. Give up now or you're going to be in a world of pain. Naru's playful eyes had turned Kid Sasuke, someone she had once looked up to, had just tried to kill her. There was no way she was going to play around anymore. Sasuke backed up a little when he saw Naru's eyes. However, he wasn't going to give up so easily. Now why would I do that? He said. Sasuke then held up a bottle. Naru narrowed her eyes when she saw what it was. I wouldn't go drinking that if I was you. Naru said. She knew what it was and she hoped Sasuke would listen to her. Sasuke, like the idiot that he was, didn't listen to her. He popped the cork and drank the liquid that was inside. As soon as the bottle was emptied and thrown away, Sasuke had grabbed his neck and had fallen to his knees. Damn it, Naru cursed and turned to Genma. Call it, Naru said. Why? Genma asked. Because if you don't, Sasuke is going to die. Naru held up a bottle that was deep blue in color. Genma sighed, took one look at Sasuke. Do it, I won't help him until you do. Naru said. Raising his hand, Genma said. Sasuke Uchiha is unable to fight. Winner Naru Uzumaki. Once she was declared the winner, Naru walked up to Sasuke and once the bottle was opened had forced Sasuke to drink what was inside. You're lucky that venom didn't kill you, Naru said as the medical team came to get Sasuke. Naru wasn't happy. The crowd was booing at her and calling her a cheater. Ah, shut up, Naru yelled at them. Still, Naru had to be more careful from now on. If that had happened and one of her most powerful potions was to fall into the wrong hands, her and her team could have been in trouble. Naru didn't say anything as she stood next to Itachi. Hiruzen stood up and looked over the crowd. With a deep sigh, he held up his hand. There will be a 2 intermission. During that time we will review the fight between Naru Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Taking another deep breath, he had turned to the crowd once more. However, the ruling may stand as Naru as the winner. The crowd booed at that. If that is the case, the final round of the Chunin exams will be Naru Uzumaki and Karen Uzumaki. During the intermission, a barrier will be put into place to protect anyone from getting injured. He then looked at Naru and smiled. Naru smiled back, took one look at Itachi and then left. I hope that you will all return in 2 hours. It wasn't long before Naru and her friends were sitting in a dinner not far from the arena. They didn't much, but Naru was glaring at Ino, Sakura and Shikamaru. You set this whole thing up, Naru said. The other 3 gave the teen a smile that pretty much said busted. I don't believe you, why would you do such a thing? The young couple could only smile. If there is anyone here who can defect Karen, it would have to be you. Shikamaru said. She'll kill us before we're able to fire off our own attack. Naru sighed. Whirlpool was wiped out by Shinobi Shika, we're not gods. Naru said. The table was silenced for a few minutes. Besides, I'm not all powerful, I just know how to use my brain. Naru said with a small smile. Itachi was standing behind her. He wanted to say something but didn't. Hiruzen walked over to the table and sat next to the young blonde. The results are in, he said. Sasuke has lost the fight fairly. Naru sighed. I wouldn't say fairly, grandfather. Naru said as she laid her head on his shoulders. There was just something wrong with her today. Didn't want to fight in this stupid exam anymore. She wanted to be by Hiruzen's side so she could protect him, much like he had protected her. After all, he did steal one of my potions as tried to use it. Naru said as she pushed away the lunch she had. Naru friends look at her with worried eyes. Hiruzen didn't say anything and he held on of her hands. He knew how worried she was going to be. After all, he didn't plan on living after today anyways. The barrier was up, and people were slowly filing back in to see the final match. Sitting next to Hiruzen was none other than Orochimaru. He was dressed in the robes of the cage. He looked around and saw Kabuto not far ready to give the order. Orochimaru could also see his Elite Five standing about. Kimimaro was on standby in case he was needed. Orochimaru watched as Hiruzen sat next to him once more after triple-checking the recording of Naru Uzumaki's fight with Sasuke Uchiha. Truth be told, Orochimaru was hoping that Sasuke would have won. But there was also something about the little Uzumaki girl that was calling him to her. All his life he could sense her power as it grew. That was why he had an Uzumaki working with him. He knew that he couldn't mark them like all the others. He had to find a way to control the little teen or all his plans could be ruined. The crowd was back in their seats. Once everyone was seated and the 2-hour time limit was up. Hiruzen stood up once more. Greeting and welcome back to what has been a very exciting final to the Chunin exams. Hiruzen, like always, he had to wait until the roar of the crowd has died down. As you may be aware, during the last match there was something that had to be brought to attention. At this, Naru growled. However, after an hour and a half of reviewing the fight, the ruling has to stand that Naru Uzumaki is the winner. Some of the crowd booed the choice while others, after thinking about it, had nodded their head. So now, I give the final stage of the exam. Due to the power of these two warriors, we have placed a powerful barrier to protect these that is in the audience. The people in their seats could only see a flicker of light. Please welcome the only visitor that is still left. As Hiruzen was talking, Karen walked down to the battlefield. She had changed her clothing. She was not wearing a dark blue bikini top and bottom, gloves that had gone to her elbows, black boots that stops at her knees, and a red and black cloak. Author notes. Thanks Naga from Slayers only with smaller breasts. From Iwa, Karen Uzumaki. Karen frowned as she was getting boos from the crowd. This young woman will be facing Konoha's own sorceress, Naru Uzumaki. At this, half the crowd roaring. I'm not going out there. Naru said in the shadows of the entranceway. Yes, you are now. Stop being a baby and get out there, little sister. Ino said. I worked long and hard to make that for you. Ino pushed Naru out into the opening. Naru had changed clothing to the point that she was wearing a strapless, burgundy dress with flaring gold crest accent across the bust with a diamond-shaped ruby set in gold in the center of the crest. Gold half sash with red trim held around the waist by a burnt orange cord cinched by a burnt orange demon skull with ruby eyes. A segmented and layered red skirt with gold trim that rests longer in the bottom back layer with the front resembling a loin cloth. The top back layer has gold flame accents near the knee and outer front edge. Knee-high crimson boots with brown stylized knee guards. A pair of red bracelets on each wrist just under red free sleeves. A red choker that reaches from just below the jaw down to the collarbone fully around the neck with a diamond-shaped golden topaz set in diamond-shaped gold setting resting at the base of the collar where it had rested just above her cleavage. Naru crossed her arms over her chest and she looked down. She then flipped the cloak that she had over her shoulders to cover as much skin as she could. Karen, seeing this, just raised an eyebrow. Ino, I'm going to kill you. Naru yelled at her sister. Ino, after moving from the entrance to her new spot, and smiled at the preteen. Miss Uzumaki, are you ready? I think that we have kept the people waiting long enough. Hayate said. Naru looked at the older man and nodded. The rules here in the final round are a little different. He said, while I understand that the two of you know the basic rules, the two of you are not allowed to use your more powerful spells. Naru raised her eyebrows while Karen was looking at her nails. Hayate, seeing this, sighed. He has a feeling that this one rule was going to be broken. Fighters ready? He turned to look at Karen to see her in a fighting stance. Get set. He then to look at Naru, who was glaring at Karen. She was also in a fighting stance, however it was a stance that he has not seen in a long time. Hajime. He yelled, and then he got the hell out of the way. Naru didn't move from her spot as she yelled out, "Silence!" and throw out her hand just as Karen had done the same thing. Both spells hit their targets at the same time. "Damn it, Karen!" Naru yelled out. "Oh, I'm sorry." Karen yelled back. "Forgive me for not wanting to be a barbecue sorceress." Karen took out a sword and got into another fighting stance. Naru reached down to her pouch, her fingers tapping the lip of a bottle. Then she closed her pouch and took out her twin blades. "Well, we both had the same idea, so let's do it." Karen ran at Naru, who had ducked under the swing, and brought her weapon back up. The swords clings against each other and the crowd goes wild. Swing after swing, block after block, the two was caught in a deadly dance. Naru caught Karen's sword with the sword that she had in her right hand. When she brought her left hand up to smack Karen in the face with the handle of her other swords, Karen blocked it with a kunai. "What, you think that you're the only one that can handle two weapons?" Karen asked before she kicked Naru hard in the stomach. Naru dropped her swords and looked at the red-haired sorceress. "Don't give me that look," Karen said as she held up a bottle. "Thanks for the potion," she said. Naru's eyes widened a little and looked down at her pouch. "Damn it," Naru yelled out as she jumped out of the way and Karen had shot a fireball at the younger girl. "Damn, this is going to get hot," Naru said as she ducked under another fireball. Quickly taking out another bottle, Naru opened it up fast and took the potion. Turning around, Naru yelled out, "Wind Brid." Karen didn't know what was hitting her and Naru cast one spell after another. "What the hell, Blondie?" Karen yelled out. Naru gave her a goofy smile. "It's an old spell I was able to pick up," Naru said. "Flare arrow." Naru brought out her hand like she was shooting a bow with arrows made of fire. Karen had jumped out of the way, however when she did, those small explosions started to happen. "Oh, you know, I just have an explosive personality." Naru smiled at the redhead. Then again, Naru jumped in the air and placed her hands in front of her. Freeze bullet. Ice shot out from the palms of her hands, nearly hitting Karen in the leg. Karen quickly moved out of the way. As she did though, the ice bullet hit the ground, causing it to freeze and spread, causing the older teen to slip on the ice. "Kid, you're starting to bug me," Karen said as she looked at Naru and saw her land. "Good, then that means I'm doing a good job," Naru said as she turned around. "Fireball," Naru yelled, launching several balls of fire at the red-haired Uzumaki. Again Karen jumped out of the way and once more Karen was rocked by some explosions. "Freeze arrow," Karen yelled out. She finally had a chance to attack Naru. Naru's arms started to glow and she yelled out, "Reflect," and backhanded the spell right back at Karen, hitting her in the chest. Naru then ran at Karen and backhanded her, hitting the older teen in the face. Karen slammed an open palm strike, hitting Naru in the stomach. Naru doubled over in pain. Karen saw her chance once more and foot swept Naru's feet right from under her. Once Naru was down on the ground, Karen quickly started to kick the younger girl. Naru did the best she could and block as much of the kicks as possible. When the kicking didn't work, Karen slammed her fists down on the young girl's chest, stomach, and face. She then kicked her again in the face. "I'm going to show you my favorite spell," Karen said. Naru was started to stand up, her wounds already healing, as well as the cuts of her face. Karen quickly turned around and yelled out, "Crucio." The spell hit Naru in the chest, causing the young blonde to scream out in pain. Karen once again cast the spell, causing Naru to fall to the ground, screaming out in pain and holding her head. Karen let the spell go and Naru fell to her knees. Naru was softly saying something that Karen could not make out. "What was that, little one?" Karen asked. "I need this spell as low as possible," Naru thought. "Oh, come now, please speak up." Naru kept her head down as she said the words a little louder. "Darkness from twilight, crimson from blood that flows. Buried in the flow of time, in thy great name, I pledge myself to darkness. Those who oppose us shall be destroyed by the power you and I possess. You just had to go and pissed me off. Dragon slave." With each passing words, Naru stood up. An aura of power had surrounded Naru. "Kitsuna, I need this as low as possible without killing her," Naru thought. Magical power had started to appear in Naru's hand. She then released spell. "No." Karen put up a barrier spell, however it did no good, and when the spell hit it exploded on impact. The blast was low but strong enough to hit Karen and force her to hit the wall of the area. How? Karen asked Naru. Naru was panting pretty hard. The legendary dragon slave spell was said to have only been used by the royal blood of the Uzumaki clan. Naru stood up, wrapping blood off her lips. That's because I have the royal blood of the clan within me. Naru said. Now yield. Naru yelled. She already had a spell ready to go. Proctor, I forfeit. Karen said. Winner by forfeit, Naru Uzumaki. At those words Ino jumped down to the ground and ran to Naru and gave her a hug. I knew you could do it. Ino said. Naru wasn't looking up. Sis, can you take me home? Naru said in a soft voice. Naru? Please, I just want to go home. Ino nodded, although Naru couldn't see it. Ino started helping Naru up. That was when she saw it. Naru was bleeding, and badly. No, you're going to the hospital. Ino said, waiting for a few medics. Hiruzen stood up. Who would have thought that young Naru would become the winner? Orochimaru said. Hiruzen turned around and looked at him. Yes, will I see you tomorrow at the bouquet? Orochimaru nodded. He was eyeing the young blonde and her friend, and they helped more Naru. Oh, you can count on it, he said. Once Hiruzen was out of earshot, Orochimaru called for Kabuto. Tell the troops to be ready for tomorrow. I want to test that young girl myself, he said. Also keep an eye Sasuke. Kabuto nodded his head. As you wish, my master. Orochimaru turned to look at Kimimaro. Go get some rest. We attacked during the ceremony of heroes. Kimimaro nodded his head. You are just full of surprises, my dear Naru. It looks like I have to prepare better. With that, the snake in human skin left the arena. I wonder how your mother would feel to know her daughter has become more powerful than any Uzumaki in history.
That's all for now. If you want to see next part, then please like this video and subscribe my channel. Thank you.